Good morning, everyone, depending on where you're located. My name is Sophie Schimanski. I'm the Deputy Editor-in-Chief at Forbes START, and I'm welcoming you to this summit today, to this event, Forbes at Start Global in St. Gallen in Switzerland. And the entire day is going to happen under the umbrella of the world in 2042. Of course, it's never easy to look ahead into the future and see what's coming, but it's especially hard these days. We're fighting and facing a pandemic, we're facing climate change, and we're facing the war in Ukraine. So we brought speakers who are able to speak on all of these things. We have our own Forbes interpretation of this event, and we have everything for you guys today. We have business, we have entrepreneurs, newcomers and very seasoned entrepreneurs. We have a wonderful German-Ukrainian publicist who's gonna share her view on the war in Ukraine and tell us about her own story with that. And with that, all I can do is say, lean back, relax, listen and learn. Be surprised, be moved. I'm certain all of this is going to happen. And with that, let's go. Our first guest today is someone who has been on my bucket list of interviews. I've been wanting to speak to her, and I'm so thrilled we get to talk today. It's Marina Weisband. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. There's a long list of things that you do, and I'm going to try to fit all of them into this list. I know that the slide we were showing before this interview didn't fit all the things you do, and we're going to get into these things. Among other things, you're a psychologist, you're an educator, you lead the ALA project for student participation, you're active in the Green Party, Bündnis 90 Die Grünen in Germany. You do many things, and we will talk about them. You write, you are on talk shows, especially these days, because you were born in Kiev, and you have a very clear view, obviously, on what's happening in Ukraine, a very personal view. And so I'm really glad that we get to talk about this today. Thank you so much for sharing this. And I mentioned that you're doing so many different things. So I'm glad that you took the time to actually come here to Switzerland and join us.
Thank you for having me.
You're wearing many hats. I mentioned that. You are a publicist. You are with Bündnis 90 Die Grünen in Germany. You are also the co-chair of the Digital Political Association D64. And you write books, you speak on talk shows. And the question that comes to mind to me is, how are you dealing with all these different topics? What are the main issues that concern you, actually? Is it climate change? Is it digitalization? Is it the future of democracy? What are the things that move you?
So I'm in love with humans, and I like to understand them, and that's why I studied psychology. That's why I paint them. That's why I do all the things concerning humans. And I came to love democracy when I moved to Germany. Mm-hmm. I came to love democracy, so I try to defend it. I try to fight for it. I've tried to develop it further into the 21st century. Mm-hmm. And my main concern in all the things that I do and everything you have recounted is, how can I allow people to speak for themselves and to view the world mm-hmm. as creators mm-hmm. and as participators, and not as victims or consumers. Mm-hmm. So my main project, my main work is the work with Aula, student participation, because I understood that with democracy, you have to not only want it, you also have to learn it, mm-hmm. And you need to start from an early age.
Mm-hmm. how do you stay focused? I mean, a lot of these topics are also very difficult topics, and it must be frustrating at times. So how do you stay focused? Do you have a to-do list, an agenda? Do you get up in the morning and see how you feel like, or what the calendar is saying? How do you stay focused?
So staying focused is a difficult thing for me because I do have severe ADHD, and I rely heavily on assistance, and on my calendar I literally listen to everything my calendar says. If it says jump out of the window, I will do so without questioning. So I do use a lot of digital help and so on. The main thing for me is beyond this small organizational stuff, I like to stay focused by always remembering what I'm about. And what I'm about is self-efficacy for people, not only for me, but for all people. So I prioritize, and I understand that the war in Ukraine is also about self-efficacy, about democracy, about how people want to govern their lives without being dependent on Russia and on a foreign president. And same goes for Aula, same goes for everything I speak about as a speaker, same goes about everything I write about.
You mentioned what is happening in Ukraine just now, and so I would ask you, I imagine that it keeps you busy, it keeps you up. You probably feel a variety of feelings, sad, angry, worried, certainly, because you were born in Kiev, and so you have a special connection, you have your roots there. And so after 4 weeks now of war, of people burying bodies literally in the street because their family cannot pick them up, these days must be really long and hard for the people in Ukraine, obviously, but for you as well, watching that and feeling for that. So if I may ask, where's your family at the moment?
They're in Kiev. They're in Kiev, and so far they seem to be safe, but they're as safe as everyone in the city is, which is not very safe.
How do you feel these days when you get up in the morning?
I get up at 6 by now. First days before the invasion, I got up at 4 because I knew that the first strikes, the first signs of the invasion will be shortly before sunrise. And so my body wakes me up at 4 or now at 6 just to check if my city still stands, and all the news from cities that get hit much worse, like Mariupol and Kharkiv. And I try to do what I can, because it would drive me crazy to do nothing and just watch. And what I can do is collect information in 4 languages from all the analysts around the world, and to try and condense it with my understanding of Ukraine, with my understanding of German politics, to try and condense it into politics, into an understanding for the Western media. And I'm an explainer person. I explain things, and I try to explain Ukraine
to yourself and to others.
Yes.
How do you stay in touch with your family? Is that
we're on the phone every day, and many video conferences.
When I hear these stories, it's so hard not to picture Putin celebrating and wearing this expensive jacket and talking about the death of a soldier or as a soldier and glorifying what's happening. For many, I think until the very last moment, they thought Putin would never make that final move. And they were shocked and surprised. How did you feel about that? Were you shocked and surprised?
Not at all.
Yeah,
no, I was a bit surprised by just the scale of the invasion. I thought they would start in the east and then progressively continue to the west. But I was not surprised at all that he would invade, because he's been announcing it for the past 8 years. And I've been watching, I've been on the Maidan in 2014. And ever since then, I've been watching Russian propaganda, and I was shocked, and I tried to tell the Western media, are you looking at what's happening there? The people are being prepared. It's talk of war. It's talk of nuclear war. It's talk of invasion of the Baltics. We need to be prepared for that. So I knew that he would invade Ukraine, and I know he's not going to stop there unless we stop him.
Well, that would have been my next question, that many say Putin won't stop because he simply can't without losing his face, which is something that is so important to him. And you would say you share this view that he's not going to stop.
Exactly. No, he won't, because he's on a mission and he believes in this mission. And his main goal is to cement his place in the history books. And he doesn't care about people. He never did. He's a small-time criminal who was educated by the KGB. And he understands strength. And the Russian people understand strength. Russian rulers tend not to fall when the people go hungry. They fall when they lose wars. And I think that's a very important factor.
So it's making sure that it's not going to happen. To quote something you said at Maybrit Illner, wenn wir es schaffen, zu der russischen Bevölkerung zu kommunizieren, können wir Putin stürzen. Das wäre die einzige Sicherheitsgarantie für Europa. So if we can communicate with the Russian people, we can stop Putin. That would be the only safety measure or guarantee for Europe. Can you maybe elaborate? How can we stop him?
Look, there's no diplomacy with Putin's Russia. We need to talk. We need peace talks. But as long as Putin is in power, he continues to be danger for peace in Europe. It's my opinion that he needs to fall. It's my opinion. I love Russia, so I want Russia to be democratic and free. But I'm very pessimistic that the people will do that, because most Russians do support Putin and the war, because they have been brainwashed for 8 years. There was dehumanization of Ukrainians. They believed that it was a fascist putsch, a fascist coup in Kiev. And it's very difficult to get through to the people. Even Russian parents who are phoned by their Ukrainian children who live in Ukraine.
And they don't
believe that their cities are bombed. They don't believe it because it's so strong, because they need to believe in something that is bigger than them. And I think, as most revolutions in Russia, this one will have to come from the top.
Let's talk about the other side, about Volodymyr Zelensky. The face and the voice of the Ukrainian president has been almost like everywhere. I mean, among other things, he sent a video message to the German Bundestag. And did you see the kind of reaction or action even from the German government that you would consider helpful? I mean, obviously, we're all picturing now the lack of a debate afterwards, the lack of any words. And we know the reasons that they claim that there was the base for that decision to be made. But how frustrated are you when you see that passiveness? You've talked about this, the inaction that you're seeing there.
Yes, I think the lack of debate was just symbolic. I don't care if they have a debate or not right after the video. The main thing is, are we doing enough as the fourth most powerful economic power in the world to stop a war at our doorstep, to stop a war against democracy? Because that's what it is. It's not a war against Ukraine. It's a war between dictatorship and democracy as models of governance. And are we doing enough? And the answer is no. We pump millions and millions every day into Russia, into this war machine. That's what we do. And over the past 2 decades, we became so dependent on Russian fossil fuels. And that's no accident. This has been prepared. And we could say, now we stop today. For instance, we keep sending money, but to a closed account, and we open the account as soon as there's an armistice. I don't know why the German government does not do it, and on the contrary, actually declares that it won't do or it can't do it. Because Putin is listening, and every declaration of what we will not do is an invitation to him.
Of course.
Yes, continue, go one step further.
Yeah, it's an encouragement, And you mentioned that it's not only, or maybe not, it's not a war against Ukraine, it's war against democracy in the end, on the meta level, a war against Europe. So I guess you could consider this being way bigger, and maybe in the urgency of the situation, we're not even able to see all the time and look behind these motivations. So maybe if you could just elaborate on why this is such a threat also to our idea and concept of democracy. I mean, I think it plays a big role in why he's doing what he's doing, because he wants to stop that from happening in Ukraine.
Yes, so for Putin, Ukraine is very, very dangerous because it sets precedent that Slavic country, ex-Soviet Union country, can have democracy, can be a modern democratic country. He actually attacked Crimea in the east only when you saw on Russian social media, in Petersburg, in Moscow, hey, look at what the Ukrainians are doing. We could do the same. We could have a Maidan. And only then. His goal is to destabilize Ukraine as a nation. And actually, to a point, he has already succeeded because he has destroyed much of the Ukrainian economy. And he wants to do the same for Europe. And what you have to understand is that authoritarian regimes today are not, there's one dictator and then his police state and he's controlling his people. It's rather a network, an international network of authoritarians, and Applebaum called it authoritarian incorporated, and they hold each other. So when we sanction him, he gets help from his authoritarian bodies. It's a network, and when you look at Alexander Dugin, his chief ideologist, who has been proposing a war against the West for 30 years now, he is very closely connected to Steve Bannon. And very connected to the evangelical right in the US and to right-wing parties all around Europe. This is a network we're fighting against. And what I'm afraid of is that the democratic governments refuse to admit that we are already in a war, that we are already in a conflict. They refuse to admit that we are in a climate crisis. They refuse to admit that we are at any kind of crisis. And that makes us, it makes it impossible to act when you act like you don't understand the problem.
Yeah, if you don't see it, how can you deal with it? Yeah. The EU Commission compares this situation in Mariupol, which is surrounded, to an apocalypse. Yes. They're talking about a dead zone, and it's probably going to be a dead zone for a long time, for decades to come, maybe. How do you view the future of Ukraine?
It will be dire because there will be a massive brain drain. Many of the refugees who come to the West and can afford to stay here will stay here. It will take decades to rebuild. If the Ukrainian people succeed, however, it might be a strong democracy, even though we do have a short-term danger of nationalism, of strong nationalism, the kind that we saw around the turn of the last century in Europe. This we are for the first time an independent country nationalism, and that's something I don't like. But it's not fascism, not in any way. And it will be really hard for Ukraine. So in some capacity, Putin has already succeeded, because when he sends the signal that if you want democracy, what you get is war, that is a signal to Belarus, that is a signal to Georgia, and so on.
Right. You already mentioned in the beginning what you do to cope with the situation. It's a lot about analyzing and collecting information, sharing them. Certainly, you've been very active on Twitter, for example, on Instagram as well. What way of helping? Because there are different ways, and some of them might be blindly just being active to do anything. So which way do you find the most impactful and actually the most helpful for Ukrainians?
So if you're an individual citizen who does not happen to have an industry you control, the most helpful thing is, first of all, provide shelter if you can. Mm-hmm. If you do have shelter, look realistically what you can provide for a couple of months or a year. Mm-hmm. Offer that. Mm-hmm. Secondly, if you want to donate, do so to large organizations like the Red Cross or Doctors Without Frontiers, and do so not just for Ukraine, but just give them money. They will know what to do with it better than individuals organizing quite chaotically, which I receive a lot of questions. Where can I donate? What can I do?
Yeah.
I have a tractor. Can I go to the border and deliver food? I don't know.
The blind.
It's a bit, yes, and I understand it, because when something terrible happens, what we as humans want to do is to act, and that's a wonderful thing. Mm-hmm. Don't ever let anyone dissuade you from it, but try to do it in an organized fashion. Mm-hmm. And the most important thing is keep pressure on our governments. Mm-hmm. To save energy, not to buy energy from Russia. We need an embargo, and we need it today. We need it not in 3 months. We do not need to think, oh, can we still provide energy for our citizens in 2 years then? Mm-hmm. Because in 2 years it needs to be over, or else there will not be a Ukraine to protect. Mm-hmm. So pressuring governments to close the sanction loopholes, to sanction not only the oligarchs, because they're usually without political power, but the families of the political apparatus in Russia. Mm-hmm. And this pressure, this watching, it protects people. Mm-hmm. If we don't stop watching, if it doesn't become boring and, oh, again, the terrible pictures, I'm tired of looking at it, we need another topic on the news. I'm very afraid that the news cycle will continue and the people will die unseen.
How important and how available is the concept of hope these days for Ukrainians and for you personally? Because it's two different things. I mean, obviously, everyone is hoping for more or less the same thing, but we all know that this is probably not going to happen anytime soon. So
in Kiev by now, bread is scarce, and water in some parts of the country is scarce. But as important, or maybe more important than bread and water, is the resource of hope. It's a resource you need to survive. It's a resource that keeps people alive and upright right now. Mm-hmm. And what Ukrainians turn to for hope is not only their own heroes, it's the West, very much the West. Even Russian oppositionists. We are waiting for them to end Putin. They are waiting for us to do that. Many people are looking to the West, and they lose hope whenever the West says, oh, we cannot sanction anymore, or we cannot close the sky. I understand why. I will not argue for that, but it's the Ukrainian people feel left alone, especially by Germany, of all countries. And we need to provide hope. We need to send signals that we are staying with them, because they need that to win this war.
Marina, thank you so much for taking the time again. Thank you for sharing your insights with us. And you guys, please stay tuned, because we have our next guest coming up. He's also doing whatever he can to fight the war in Ukraine that is happening right now. It's a jet tracker tracking Russian oligarchs, Jack Sweeney. So enjoy this talk that I had with him last week.
Orlando, Florida, University of Central Florida.
what do you study? What do you
I'm studying IT.
Okay. And I mean, how are you? Like, seriously? I mean, you've received a message from Musk, although that has been kind of a while ago. But do you feel like you're on the radar of Elon Musk right now? And how does that feel to be in touch with him? How do you feel about the recent developments, starting with Musk?
It's all pretty crazy, you know, starting with Elon Musk and then moving on to the oligarchs and Putin and all that. And, you know, I feel like Elon doesn't really care anymore because, you know, he's just letting it go now. And yeah, it's just all a crazy chain of events that have blown up.
Yeah, so you tried him. You asked him for 50,000, I believe, in order to stop tracking and for an internship, but he has not reached out since then, I guess.
Yeah, no. So he offered me the 5,000, and then I was like, can you up that to 50? And then he said, like, thinking about it, and some time went on. And then he said it doesn't feel right to pay to take it down. And so, like, I was talking to a reporter about some other things, and then I told them, and the whole thing blew up, and then Elon blocked me.
Oh, how does it feel to be blocked by Elon Musk?
I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you kind of expected it when you're the one that got out a story about him and him offering me money. So it's to be expected.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned just now, you moved on to other people. You're tracking other people right now.
Yeah.
Who exactly are you tracking? And the biggest question for me, why?
So just like Elon, I find it interesting, and other people do. I mean, I've had a lot of requests, you know, all the other accounts I run, whether it's other billionaires or other interest in aircraft or the Russian oligarchs that I'm tracking.
How did you start doing that, and why did you start doing that?
So I had some knowledge about aviation and aircraft tracking. Like my dad had the apps on his phone where basically anybody can get it, and it's more public apps that, you know, you could just look at the planes in the sky and see the planes. And so I kind of learned more and more about it, and then I had some programming knowledge. So during COVID, I kind of just messed around with it, especially with Elon's plane, and I just got into it and started tracking them.
And do you feel like you're on Putin's radar right now, for example, or the radar of some of the oligarchs? Like, how do you feel they're viewing you and looking at this?
I mean, there's probably a good chance they know, but I mean, considering everything that's going on, I'm sure they don't really care that much because they're already under scrutiny by thousands of others. So it's probably not that big of a deal to them.
But I mean, you're kind of outsmarting them. I feel like it's humiliating for them.
Yeah, because I'm sure they don't want to be tracked, and here I am doing it. But I mean, it's already public data, so I'm already going to do it, you know?
Yeah. And why are you doing this? I mean, what is your motivation? Is it political? Do you kind of like want to show off what you can do? Are you bored? Is it just kind of like a hobby, which it almost sounds like it's more like a hobby?
Yes. So originally I was, you know, just doing Elon, and people knew about me. So they were asking me about Putin and the oligarchs. Mm-hmm. And I didn't really feel like doing it at first because I didn't really know who all they were. Mm-hmm. But I eventually did it. And, you know, now I see that there's like a greater cause to it. You know, you can help bring some attention to go after the oligarchs and give people information they want, and just be on the side of Ukraine and, you know, try to help be a peaceful cause. You know, we shouldn't be in war, of course.
Mm-hmm. How often a day or a week do you check, or is it something you constantly like sit in front of?
Well, so like it's the software I wrote, but you know, I have to make changes to the software or add planes. You know, it's mostly automated, but there is like maintenance or changes I have to make.
Mm-hmm. What are you actually going to do with the information? Like, what is your end game here?
I mean, I don't really know where this might go. There's, many pathways that this could turn out, but for now it's just posting to Twitter. I mean, one thing I would like to do is like bring it to a website that's like my own platform and not just Twitter.
And what is your personal motivation in a way? Is that like kind of a project you hope that people are going to see that, and I don't know, Apple, Google, Tesla are going to hire you and give you a job, or do you want to start a business? Would you consider making money off from that? Because right now you're not. So how do you see that?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good experience, and like I get something they could possibly put on a resume. But I mean, it would be cool to grow this to like a business and generate some revenue. It's just definitely a very complicated thing.
So what would be the next steps? Would you, I mean, you talked about the website. You could start a website. Would you start looking for people, for employees, for other students maybe? How would you go about that? Have you thought about that? Like really creating something big?
I mean, I could definitely create a website, it just takes a lot of time. And I already have a Discord and there's people helping me out in there. So definitely possible. It just takes time.
And if I may ask you, what is your goal for the future in general? Like, where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Probably, just working and doing some kind of software work in aviation related.
And what do you do if you don't work on the software or track Putin, if you want to say it like this? Like, what do you do in your free time when you don't track Russian oligarchs or Elon Musk?
I'm a big like technology person, so I do a lot of technology stuff. And I'm just studying here in college and enjoying life.
Any reactions from other students or classmates or friends to what you're doing right now?
So I know a lot of people think it's cool, but like in person, they don't know it's me that's doing it. So like unless I talk about it, then they know it's me and they're like, oh, that's you.
So like it would be like they have a conversation and about that and you're like, it's actually me, or like, how is that happening?
So it's mostly like people don't really bring it up, but like, like I could say, oh, that's me. And they're like, whoa, really? I mean, it's just different interactions.
Well, I think that it's an interesting story because it also shows how kind of omnipotent the combination of data and software and someone who really knows how to deal with it. What great of a combination that is, and how powerful kind of, and seeing that war right now, what kind of an impact you can actually have with that. Is there any takeaway that you have when you look at this? Like anything you kind of think before you go to bed or something, like something that, do you have a feeling that you're making a big move right now that might be important, or is it just fun?
I think, that some of those oligarchs are definitely scared of their things being taken, because I mean, even some of those yachts are being seized, and I mean, there are a few that are flying, but there's also a good amount that aren't flying. So like they are scared and like trying to hide. So yeah. And, I just think we shouldn't be going to war. We should be peaceful in negotiations and all that.
Do you lose any sleep over what you're doing in a way that this might get really political, or it might get used in a way?
No, I think I'm all good right now.
That's good. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. Thank you.
Of course.
And have a wonderful rest of your day, Jack.
Yeah. Okay. No problem.
Our next guest is someone I've spoken to before, Constantin Schwab. Welcome. Thank you for being here. You've been on the cover of Forbes START, I believe, last fall or last summer. And we spoke. You're the CEO and founder of Wirelane, a company with a mission to electrify mobility. The company designs and builds charging stations and is one of the continent's leading specialists and providers of hardware, software, and app solutions. Constantin, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me today.
Thank you for having me today, Sophie.
We're always happy to follow up with people who were on our cover. And so it's special for me to talk to you today and kind of have a follow-up. But before we get into that, you brought something today to show us, because you have special guests at the moment at the headquarters in Munich. And I would invite you to share with us who these special guests are.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we all know, we live under very special circumstances, and we have guests from Ukraine. We have the women's national ice hockey team as our guests in our Munich offices. And what I brought to you today is a little slideshow of pictures. We've had a roller coaster ride, emotionally very demanding times. And what you can see here on the first slide is the entrance to our office. So at Wirelane, as most companies, we've worked remotely for quite some time. Most of the people are in the home office still because of the pandemic. Let's not forget, we're still in a pandemic situation. So above that pandemic situation, we now see a different crisis, the war in Ukraine. And we used our office space in Munich to provide shelter for women, 14 women, children, and their grandmother. So what you can see here with my very limited understanding of the language, Laskavo Prosimo do Wirelane, is basically saying that we welcome the people to our offices. And what happened here is, and you will see that in the next slide, we turned our offices into a hotel for those 14 women, children, and the grandmother. So within a very limited amount of time, we had 24 hours because people had to leave their homes in Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine. We collected whatever we needed, the covers, the sheets, towels, and turned the place into a hotel. And the interesting part about this is that, and that's the very moving part, you see a tremendous amount of support and help from the entire community. So, for example, the first thing you do is you call your landlord, right? Because turning your office into a hotel is not the most obvious thing. So you call the landlord, and the lady who works there tells me her own very moving story. She had to flee from Yugoslavia in '94. So she herself grew up as a refugee, and she was more than willing to help. And there's many, many other stories like that. The yoga studio around the corner let us use their showers for the women. So there's a lot of support from the community. However, logistically, it's quite demanding.
You mentioned the sign, the welcoming sign. How do you communicate with each other?
That's a very good question. So there's two twin sisters, and they speak decent English. The others speak Ukrainian and Russian only. As I found out, we have people from all over the world in our offices. There is one Polish woman who seems to speak a language that is as similar as possible to Ukrainian, so they can communicate. And then there's Russian employees, and they can speak fluently in Russian to them. So there's translators. But yeah, what you're raising the point, it's quite important. I mean, the language is different. It's Cyrillic. The alphabet is different.
Right.
They came to Munich with nothing, literally. So they were bombed out of their houses. They had to live in the subway for 7 days before they had a chance to use a ceasefire to come to Munich. So communication is tricky. And also, I mean, there's many formal things we have to go through now, right? We have to apply social welfare, their status, their residency, all these things. But fortunately, it's an international company, so we have people working there that help to communicate.
You mentioned the emotional roller coaster.
That's right.
So how are they doing on a daily basis? I mean, obviously, it's probably the most challenging situation they've ever been in their lives. But how are they, when you meet them in the morning, how are they dealing with that on a daily basis?
Yeah, I mean, I want to share some more impressions. This is how the women sleep. So as you say, it's by far the most challenging situation. You have to leave your house. There's no privacy whatsoever. It's a large room. It's one office, right? And so the advantage is, I think what helped them a lot is that they're a team, a sports team. So you can tell that they're sportswomen. The way they treat each other, they're very hands-on, very helpful, pragmatic. And I'm sure that the Ukrainian ice hockey team, I mean, they've seen circumstances like that when they had to play in other cities, that they traveled the world as an ice hockey team. So they're somewhat used to being away from home. However, this is a super challenging situation for them, for sure, also because it's various generations. So another thing I wanted to show you, this is a part of the team, the violin team. Again, I mean, there was so much help also from the team. So what you can see here is basically everything they had when they came to Munich. So this is their entire belongings. So they came to Munich with literally nothing. I mean, you have to imagine a ceasefire. It took maybe a couple hours for them to leave the town, and then they literally came to Munich with nothing. So back to your question, how they feel. I mean, when we speak to them, the way I see it is, we try to provide as much normality as we can. There's kids, there's elderly women. And for them, I mean, what we can do is really to provide shelter and a safe space and normality, and try to introduce them and also include them in our life in this beautiful city of Munich. So this is the way I see it.
I've seen the slides before, and one thing that, because I myself have a cat, and so I saw cats and I saw pets.
Right.
And this is something to me that I feel like we've seen photos over the media showing people also rescuing their pets. So it's just interesting for me to see how big of a role and how important that is for them to really, in this horrible situation, get everything they can, and even if it's a pet, a cat in a little box.
Moving on to that picture. First, I wanted to tell you a little bit about the grandmother, because that's also a very important part of their story, and then we'll get to the cats, because I also find it interesting. So what we see here is an 86-year-old woman, and my own grandmother, who fortunately is still alive. She's 87. So this is one of the most moving situations. They came to Munich. That was right after they arrived at our offices, and to imagine how these two women were in World War II on different sides, how then a period of peace, and that is the privilege we have in our generation. I mean, none of us knows war, fortunately, and how this woman had to leave her house, being bombed at that age and that period of her life. I mean, I'm still super moved by this situation, because I could totally relate to that because of my own grandmother. So that was definitely one of the most touching things we witnessed over the last couple of weeks. And then yes, this is the picture with the cats. Totally agree. It's a strong emotional anchor for them. There's also cat lovers in our company, so they help out the animals, provide food and all these things. But yeah, it's literally one of the most important things they took from home. Yeah, their family members and the pets. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for sharing this insight with us. I can only imagine that it's challenging to be able to know what to provide and how to provide emotional support as well, which I think is something that's really important. And I think what's interesting to me is, why do you want to help? I mean, it seems like an easy or simple answer, but what is your motivation in actually helping and not just thinking about it? And I believe a lot of people these days want to help and maybe plan things and try, but it never actually happens. So what is your motivation to actually do something?
Yeah, I mean, the simple answer would be altruism, right? I mean, helping feels good. So I think we all have this feeling, and but there's more to it. And there's also even economic reasons for that. So let me tell you how the whole story happened. I was skiing in Austria, beautiful week with my kids, sunshine, good snow. It was surreal, and I read the news every single day. I read the news about the war in Ukraine. And then I came back to Munich, and the first thing I saw was many, many cars with Ukrainian license plates. And we had the situation before. I'm from Munich. In 2015, you might remember, there was a wave of refugees because of the war in Syria. And also back then, many people helped, and I was part of that, and I can totally relate to the situation. And we were at the main station, and people would be welcomed by people from the city. And this all reminded me of the situation back in 2015. So the first thing I did was, and this is one of the good things about social media, I posted on LinkedIn, and I said, listen, we're in the home office. What can we do? Please reach out to us. And then things went very quickly. Then I received a message over LinkedIn, and it was literally the next day. Someone said, I have 14 women here. Let's go. Let's do this. And then within no time, we turned the office into this hotel space. So back to your question, why are we doing this? As a company, there's criteria that is non-monetary, which I deem extremely necessary and important for our business. It's ESG, environment, social governance. This is for me the mega trend of the decade, if not of the century. Because what we do currently is we see economic growth as something that is driven by commercial factors only, by monetary factors. But that's not enough. As a company, we have responsibility and we have to give back to society. This is super important. So when it comes to the E, as you said before, we're in the infrastructure space. We try to push the mobility revolution, try to electrify transport. So I think on the environmental side, we're doing quite well. So we do measure ourselves by criteria, CO2 footprint. We try to reduce our CO2 footprint wherever we can. On the governance side, so that's the G in the ESG, it's also quite an obvious thing. I mean, we have venture capital, we have investors, we have a board, we have all kinds of bylaws and contracts that force us to govern the company in the best possible way. When it comes to the S, to the social aspect, it's much more difficult. I mean, what is the S in ESG, the social? One thing is, for example, that you try not to tolerate a large spread of salary from the highest paid person to the lowest paid person. You try to create diversity. You measure your diversity, the amount of female workers of different ethnicities, all these things. But then there's more. And then we come to this story, the Ukrainians. I think we have this obligation to contribute to society as a whole, as a business in such a situation, because we can help and we have to help. And now the beautiful part about it is that when we did all this, we talked to the press as I talked to you today. And I think this is very important because more companies out there should know that it is possible to help. They want to help, they just don't know how. And ever since we spoke to the press, the next day we had many, many requests from other businesses. So it's really about spreading the word, assuming responsibility and spreading the word.
When I listen to you and all the things that you want to do in order to make the world a better place. That might sound like a big thing, but that's in the end what you're doing. You have kids on your own. Does that impact your motivation and your need to make the world a better place, greener, more social, when it comes to these ESG criteria, for example? Does that have any impact?
Yeah, I mean, this we can flip to one of the other pictures where you see one of the guests who's actually a 6-year-old boy. Yeah, I mean, this is just heartbreaking, right? This is I have a 6-year-old daughter, and to imagine that this kid had to endure, to suffer the way he had to suffer and endure the consequence of this war. It's crazy, and it does something to you. It's very obvious, right? So this kid stands in front of your door, and all of a sudden you think about how would that be if we had to leave our homes in such a situation. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, having children makes you think and act more responsibly, I guess. So it's definitely about creating a future for our children where they can live or lead the same life as we did, and that is about sustainability, but that's also about social responsibility. Absolutely.
Yeah, and you touched on the E and ESG and the environmental factor, and I think it's fair to say that you are in the business of doing good and making the world a better or greener place when it comes to your company, Wirelane, and you're also a problem solver. And I think you can see that in a very wonderful, striking way when you look at what you just did to help these refugees. And you can see it on a daily basis, I assume. And you can even see it in your entrepreneurial career. You're a problem solver as well. I mean, when you think back to 2013, when you noticed there was a problem that you had and that needed to be fixed, maybe you can take us back and explain a little bit about why you founded Wirelane and what was the moment of...
Sure. Yeah, it's as you say, as an entrepreneur, you fix problems. That's totally true. And this applies to the situation with the refugees in our offices and applies to many, many business situations. The story about Wirelane is actually quite interesting. I've been using an electric vehicle for many, many years. 10 years ago, I bought my first electric vehicle. It was a Tesla Model S, and it was one of the first vehicles delivered to the market. And so there was this very special situation where we had an event, basically a ceremony. The keys were handed out to the first owners, and Elon Musk came to Munich and gave us the keys to the vehicles. That was one of the first 100 Model S's. So I was super excited. And Elon Musk for sure wasn't the kind of person he was today. He was an entrepreneur, very successful entrepreneur, but not the kind of person he is today.
Like not super famous.
Exactly, not so famous, not a superstar in his world. So it was quite. I mean, you know, he was humble and approachable, and we stood there and we received the keys to the car, and then the first thing you do is you take the car to the German Autobahn, right? Because there's no speed limit. And the Model S is a fast car. It accelerates. It's crazy. So we took the car to the Autobahn, my wife and me, and after about 200 kilometers or so, the car was out of battery, because when you drive fast in an electric vehicle,
it drains the battery.
It drains the battery. It goes fast, right? So taking the car back to Munich and then trying to charge the car, that was quite an enlightening moment. So what happened was, we approached this charge point, and I remember there were like 2 or 3 apps out there. Now there's hundreds, and you would look at the app and you would try to find a charge point where you can charge the vehicle. So we get to this charge point, and it says, please touch your card, right? So hold your card against the charge point. So being naive as I was, I took out my credit card and held it against the charge point. I thought, okay, now this thing is going to charge my car, but it didn't. So it was 10 at night. We were super psyched, no adrenaline pumping in our veins. So we're like, okay, let's just stop the car here. We'll fix this tomorrow. Next morning, I call the utility, the local utility, and I tell them, listen, guys, I'm in front of one of your charge points. What can I do? And they tell me, well, you're the first person to call. You need an RFID card, but we don't have them yet. It takes 4 weeks for them to deliver, right? So the car is actually stuck there in front of that charge point for 4 weeks, right? So I can't use the car anymore. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is going to turn into a major issue. But that was very, very early on. So you would have all the early mover disadvantages, right? And I've had a debate over whether we should continue using this electric vehicle many, many times thereafter, because it's just so cumbersome to use the charging infrastructure and to charge the vehicle. So a couple of years later, my business partners and me, we sat together and we said, let's turn this into a business, because the problem is not going away. I've driven this car for many thousands of kilometers and it's not going away. Better. So then this is when Wirelane really started. And yes, it is still, we say, we try to shield the customer from complexity. That's basically our mission. And we try to make it as easy as possible to drive an electric vehicle. Why? Because only then will we actually see a transformation to electromobility.
And talking exactly about that transformation and this change that is much needed, I think what's so interesting in watching you and your career is the question if there was a strong instinct that this might be something big, like back then. I mean, again, it was a niche, almost like. And now, by 2030, up to 10 million electric cars are expected to be on German roads. And the infrastructure is going to have to grow very quickly, actually. And you're providing that infrastructure. And I would just like to know if you had a gut feeling back then, or did you actually know and do a lot of analysis and research, or was it you being optimistic? Like, how did you develop that instinct, almost like that this is going to be way bigger than it is right now, and it's going to be way bigger than me not being able to charge my Tesla?
Yeah, I love the question. It's one of the most fascinating things. It's I don't know if you've read Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow. It's one of the best books of all times. And what he says is that the human mind is very potent in pattern recognition. You might call it instinct, pattern recognition, whatever. You can watch little kids scanning objects. Beautiful. I have a 1.5-year-old and I watch him all the time. He basically scans objects. A chair goes over and over again, right? Until he understands, his mind understands that this object is a chair, and then basically stores the information and turns it into a word, vocalizes it. And you do the same thing in entrepreneurial setups. So the beautiful thing about being an entrepreneur is, first of all, there's limitless opportunities always. Yeah, you can do so many things, but to recognize these patterns, be it when to step in, when to enter a market. For example, I'm a lazy guy. I love underlying megatrends.
It's hard to believe that you're a lazy guy.
No, but if you have, for example, underlying megatrends like e-mobility, you don't have to do the extra work to actually make a business work. There's an underlying megatrend that drives you. I mean, it basically floats all boats, right? So if you're a little better than the competition, it doesn't take that much to turn a business into a very successful business. So the underlying megatrend is one important thing, and to understand that, to recognize the underlying megatrend, I think that is really training this pattern recognition ability, and you can do that over and over and over again. You get even better at it with time. So that's the beautiful thing about aging, that you get better at this pattern recognition. The pain is, however, and that's the other side, the flip side of the coin. The pain is that you're, as an entrepreneur, always too early. So you have this, you step in, nobody else sees the opportunity, and you go against many restrictions. There's regulatory, financial, competitive, whatever. I mean, there's always something that holds you back, right? So the first couple of years, you're thinking, why is no one seeing this? This is crazy. Like, why can't we all just drive electric vehicles? But then obviously it takes decades to change the society as a whole. I mean, we're not naive, right? I mean, but it's just very painful to go through this process because everything has been.
It's also an indicator that you're doing something right because it's so hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
That creates value. Pressure creates diamonds always. And one last thing. So I've been in renewables for a very long time. 14 years ago, I built my first solar power plant, and then this turned into a business. And then later on, we founded Wirelane. So with renewables, it was the same thing. It started in the early 2000s, and people were laughing at this. They were like, "Why do you build these solar power plants? It's never going to fix an issue. It's just too small. It's too minor." Now we have more than 50% of the primary energy consumption in the German market is from renewable sources. I mean, imagine that. It's one of the most highly industrialized countries in the world, and more than 50% is renewable energy. And then the next logical question is, what do we do with this energy? Well, we obviously use it for our vehicles because we're using gas, and with that gas, Mr. Putin buys the bombs that he's actually throwing at Ukraine. So, I mean, all these things, they're all related to each other. And that was obvious a long time ago. Now, fortunately, we see the situation much clearer. And I'm not a cynicist at all, but this situation, the one good thing about it is that we will hopefully finally push this change.
So this crisis, this war is also maybe a moment of truth where we see
turning point.
A turning point. Because I guess in times of peace, it's hard to see things that don't work in times of upheaval, for example. So maybe it's also a chance to see that we've done things the wrong way and have been too dependent. But back to this instinct or this pattern recognition. I think this also shows that you have experience in founding, in growing businesses, and in exiting at the right time. And this, to me, on the outside, looks like a flow, like a rhythm, almost like it's so much about timing. How important is that timing, and how do you find it?
Yeah, that's also an interesting one. I spoke to a former CEO of a large family business yesterday here at the conference. And he said that, and this is really a very different setting, he's been working with that family business for decades, and they don't want to exit. They don't want to go public. They, they have dividends. They make a lot of money with the business. So for me, it's always been very different because the first company I started out of university, I sold in 2007. That was an e-commerce. And I just felt that the situation was right to exit the business. Why? Because us alone, we could not have grown more because back in 2007, there were many restrictions, funding restrictions. Yesterday, we heard the story of Oli Zamba's first company, which he exited in the first year. It was one of the biggest exits at this time, but it could have been the German Amazon, So back then, everything, it felt very different. Exiting companies was almost a necessity at some point. Now, over time, fortunately, that changed. So with the current business, for example, I want to do this forever. I mean, this is one of the greatest opportunities of all times, right? I mean, we're building an entirely new infrastructure. This is a super important mission. I'm very driven by this. And now you have the means to continue with this business. IPO companies, raise more funds, grow faster. But back to your question, I think this healthy kind of opportunism. You need this opportunism. This is a super important part of entrepreneurial action. Yeah? You have to be opportunistic, very pragmatic, and sometimes it's just better to sell the business because there's more opportunities for this business under a new ownership structure.
But it doesn't sound like you would be exiting Wireline very soon, if I'm right.
Absolutely. Why would I? This is exactly the kind of moment where this business, I mean, we've done so much over the past years. We've created the technology, the team, the funds. There's so much in place already. And going through this hardship, again, the first couple of years, I call it the death zone of every business. Yeah, I've done it 4 times now. And it feels very much alike. You start a business and you have nothing, right? You start from scratch. And going through that again, I think we have an opportunity to create much more value if we just push through with it and turn Wireline into what it's really supposed to be, the leading firm in our segment in the European Union. And we have all the chances ahead of us. So, to answer your question, no, I will not sell this business. And I'm very happy to continue doing what I'm doing.
If I'm correct, there are plans of an IPO. Is that still something that you would consider, taking this company to the public markets?
Sure. I mean, an IPO, first of all, it's many people talk about it as if it was an end, but it's only means to an end. It's super important to understand that an IPO is yet just another fundraise. Yes, you're under much more scrutiny. Public markets work differently than private markets. However, the question we have to ask ourselves is, do we understand our unit economics? Can we grow profitably? And what do we need in terms of additional funding to get the company to where we want it to see it? So an IPO is an option, absolutely. Currently, you can imagine it's a very difficult time for IPOs. There's a huge backlog of companies that want to IPO, and there's also investors pushing the companies. However, we don't have that urge because we have investors that trust in our ability to turn this business into something very profitable and big. So we'll just wait until the right window opens for us. And then, yes, that's absolutely an option.
I want to go back to Elon Musk when we're talking about the IPO. I mean, I guess we all know his moments of, I don't even know what these moments are, but he's tweeting and he's saying things that are very difficult for investors and for the SEC, after all. So the way he's acting as the CEO of a public company is that, and I believe he once even said that he's not even watching the Tesla stock too closely. He's not even paying attention. So it sounds like it's not even that important to him. How would you be as the CEO of a public company? Would you do it differently? Do you understand maybe why he seems to be tired of that issue? Like, do you empathize with him?
Yeah, out of all the tweets, I love the 421, which is the penal code for smoking marijuana in the United States. And 420 is also the goal he had set for the stock price.
Exactly.
That was definitely the funniest one. Yeah. So I kind of sympathize with him with regards to not taking everything too seriously. I mean, that's the cool part. The problematic part is that I don't know if he's power tripping. At some point, I think if you're as wealthy and successful as he is and as celebrated as a personality, it does something to you. Yeah. So I hope that I will always be able, not comparing myself in the slightest way to Elon Musk, because he is a genius. I mean, the guy, what he does, it's unbelievable. I'm actually blessed to be part of his entrepreneurial generation because he shows the world what's possible, right? So even us as a small and humble business, I mean, it shows our investors that there's opportunities out there. So that's very good. However, I think that some of his comments are just very problematic, because also sometimes you think that is this cynicism to a point, like how far does he go with this? And if you do not take certain things seriously that need to be taken seriously, like for example him offering Putin to battle him.
Exactly.
I mean, this is not funny. I mean, we're in a very tragic situation, and then I'm sometimes thinking, what is he thinking, or maybe he's not thinking at all.
Maybe he's not thinking
exactly,
at all.
Yeah. And this is striking. Why? Because he's such a genius man. Like, why does he do that?
So maybe we can briefly talk about what's next for YLane. What is your plan for YLane next? What's the next big thing?
Yeah. So the company, I mean, we govern the company. We spoke about ESG earlier, right? So we govern the company by OKRs. So we have this management framework, objectives and key results. And there's this thing, it's a pyramid, right? So you have the vision, the mission, you have the tasks and the objectives and key results. And it's very structured so that we have alignment with the entire organization. And going back to your question, whether we want to IPO the business, I think if you take this as a North Star in terms of the corporate development, like let's say, for example, I want to IPO the business next year. I don't know if I'll do that, but if you take this as a North Star, many things happen and fall in place, which means that the organization needs to be set up in a way that you could potentially do this, go through this next step. And then going back to ESG, because this is also something, there's a tremendous unmet need in the financial world for companies that fulfill ESG criteria.
Right.
So if we ever go through this as an organization, and this is the next big thing for YLane, it has nothing to do with a new charge point. Yes, I mean, there's a product development roadmap, but that's more of a banality compared to ESG. What we'll do now, and this is something we have on the very top of our list this year, is go through a very rigorous ESG process. So the entire company will be streamlined under those criteria. And once we've managed that and we have set certain goals for ourselves and we can see that we fulfill them, then we'll think about the next step, for example, like an IPO, because we want to be outstanding in our peer group as a business.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, to talk to us, and to share your vision and to share these photos and these moments. And I wish you all the best. I wish your special guests all the best. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Sophie. It was my pleasure.
Hi, everyone. My name is Olivia Chang. I'm an editor at Forbes, the German-speaking edition of Forbes, and we're really delighted to have you all here with us today. I'm joined by a very special guest, Monisha Kaltenborn. If you don't know her, she was the first female team principal at Formula One, and right now she's leading as CEO a company called Racing Unleash, which develops and sells racing simulators. So Monisha, we've spoken beforehand, and I know that people know you as someone who's very deep in the world of motorsports. Before that, though, you had a long career as a lawyer before switching over to this, what you describe as a very unorthodox career. Why don't you share with our audience so that they can get to know you a little bit better, how you even made this jump?
Right. Well, I grew up in Vienna, to start with that, of Indian origin. And actually, I didn't even want to study law. I actually wanted to become an astronaut. Now, if I look at where I ended up then, it's at least seeing from the physical side of it exactly the opposite, because in car business you shouldn't be taking off, which you would do as an astronaut. So, then I looked at my opportunities in Vienna, and at that time you couldn't really do that much. So I went for something more practical, which was law. Finished that in Vienna. Then I studied at the London School of Economics. And wanted to go towards the commercial side, so more business law, but never really a law firm long term. And I did start in a law firm, but then the opportunity opened up in Liechtenstein in a asset management company in Liechtenstein. So I went there, and one of my mandates there was a Formula One team, Sauber. And all management stuff, particularly contracts, which were obviously my area, but also being in the management in the joint venture company with Petronas at that time, were within my responsibility. And this is how I got in there.
You had an interesting comment, I think your grandmother made about your job. Do you want to share with the audience what she said?
Sure. When I moved to Sauber in 2000, she was still alive then. And I do have to say my grandmother was a very highly educated lady. She was at her times at university already in India. So when I told her what I'm doing, she was well read, but probably not that much about Formula One. So I remember her saying to me, after I explained to her what the team or the company does, so it's like a garage you're working in. And I left it at that. I said, yes, it's very similar. Maybe a bit more sophisticated, but at the end, yes.
And I see from you telling me this story, you have adapted quite well to, let's say, being thrown into the deep end, being in unpredictable situations. When you were at Formula One, of course, not every day was the same. Would you say you're drawn to this unpredictability, that every day doesn't look the same?
It gives you excitement, and I think I do have a certain hang for challenges. Of course, you don't choose these situations in a way. You don't know what all is going to happen if you just at some crossing decide to go either left or right. But I have noticed that in many such things, where a lot of challenges have been brought up, and every time I was put into a new situation, I mean, it's not the obvious career to go from a law study and through the legal way, of course, into Formula One team, and then lead the team, own the team. And we had a lot of challenges there. But I think that's where my studies actually helped me a lot, because when you studied law, it's very dry and it's very abstract. And what you basically learn is how to always approach a new matter. To ask the right questions and to know how do you find your way through, because you can't be an expert in all different legal fields. You will have cases as a lawyer from so many different areas, and you have to work your way through. So I think that's the kind of thinking which you learn, and that I could use and benefit from in the challenges I faced.
And through that, you've found a new challenge for yourself. I want to look at Racing Unleashed, because that is your main focus, and your big project right now is in developing simulators. So rather than being on the track, you want to help people get into the world of motorsports. Can you just tell me about how that should look and feel compared to what is really on the track? And I know you haven't been in the hot seat, but just explain to us why you want to do this.
Yeah, I think with the experience, which I have from the track, the analog world, I had the feeling, I've seen that now, I've done that, and I had the opportunities to go through all kind of cycles in that sport. It's being a manufacturer-held team, a private team, a good team, a bad team, having great times, bad times, been through all that. So it was time for something new. Again, a challenge. And since already even in motorsport, like in most areas today, the virtual world simulation, digitalization as such, is playing a greater role. The same was happening within Formula One. May that be for cost reasons, may it be for efficiency reasons, track testing being prohibited, budget caps coming in. You have to find innovative ways, particularly if you're a private team that has to somewhere get more income, not just sponsorship or from the commercial rights holder, but we had a proper business going on next to it with great consultancies, great projects with big car manufacturers. So it was two things basically I was doing there, not just having the team, but also leading a company, a middle-sized company. And from there, I could see what the potential could be in this new world. And the idea here, of course, is to make motorsport accessible to everyone. Because Formula One is like right on top of the analog world. And you have, at the moment, 10 teams with 20 drivers. And that's not really representative. And motorsport in speed is something people like. There might be people who say, I don't like Formula One, I like GT, or I don't like car racing at all. But if you will ask them about speed, it's something which really fascinates people. Maybe they like their own car that much and they do speeding, which they shouldn't. So that's the kind of fascination and the emotion you pick up. And then you say, let me give you the opportunity to see how it is in a not expensive, in a sustainable, safe, risk-free way, get that experience. And that leads to so much more which you can take out of this. It is not only getting the sport closer to everybody, it's opening up access to a fantastic talent pool. Because how many young people out there can imagine a racing career, but let's say they even manage a bit of karting, and already there, when you want to do it professionally, you're looking at a 6-digit figure. Not many people can do that. And here we can work with data. We're totally data-driven, and data is very important. It's not 100% what leads to success, but it plays a very important role also in the analog world when you look at race drivers. So we can open up that pool. That's an enormous global talent pool. We can take all the way people up because we show them the path. It doesn't stop at if you're good in the simulator. We can show all the way a career in sim racing or in the analog world. And then you have another area, which is technology cooperations with car manufacturers, where you can basically replicate their model. So you have so many things, and this is a world which is just starting to develop. And that's where I see the challenge.
It's incredible when you said the 6-figure amount to even get into this world. I think first you need to have the passion, but then if you need to have deep pockets as well to enter. And I saw just downstairs that Racing Unleashed has a booth as well where all young people are now trying it out. So I don't know, how do you feel when you see people using this product or these racing simulators?
Oh, I like it a lot, of course, because this is what we're there for. We are there to hopefully open up this world, to people. Like, I often meet people who are very critical about Formula One, for various reasons. And when you convince them to get into the simulator, no matter how critical they have been, you just see how it starts. First they're in there with a very critical view that they don't really want to do this. Then they do the first lap, and then they think, oh, I didn't look good in that, I can do that better. And then comes lap 2 and lap 3 and lap 4. And the next thing is you have to tell them, look, it's time to get out now, because you just get them with that competitive thinking. You really want to be better, and you see how you can improve. So you catch on to that. And when they get out, the first thing they say is, this was great fun. And then I know I've achieved my goal.
Do you think that this digital revolution that we're seeing in motorsports, are we only at the start of the curve?
Absolutely, because we're now opening a new market. And you see how quickly esports overall is developing. You have in years, well, I would not even say years, probably it's months or a year or two to come, you'll have more viewers watching it, which means, again, you're more attractive for sponsors, which again means you're having more money in that sport. You're growing tremendously. And it's very difficult for any other sport from the analog world to keep up with this, because you're simply not limited to the amount of people that make the base. And you can connect the world in a very different way. We don't have to move our simulator physically everywhere. You send it once across. You can have competitions where what we do now, where people are driving at the moment from Germany against Spain and Switzerland. We hopefully will add other countries coming up to it this year. So this is a very different world. And we're just at the start. Our limitations are at the moment the internet and the speed. And the way that's developing, you just see where all this can lead us to.
And that just reminds me of how right now we're seeing so many developments where the lines between being online and offline are blurred. I wonder, when you see terms or trends like metaverse, how that plays into how you think about simulated racing in the future.
We are already looking into that, because one thing is to just, make what the analog world does accessible to everyone in a responsible way. The other thing is to find talents and show them a way into a racing career, which can also lead then later to a switch into the analog world. And then you look at, for example, metaverse, where basically a world is created, a virtual world with these convergencies with physical elements. For us, it's an ideal playing field. So we're looking at how can we set up a format there where you put a whole story around it, which again will have huge access, by hopefully millions of people. And it opens up great opportunities for us, because you're even taking out, let's say, racing, which is embedded at the moment, very close to the analog conditions. So existing racetracks, for example. Now, we already did the next step in creating our own racetrack, but it is still, Zurich Airport, which is very precise. You will exactly see down to the millimeter how precise the track is. And metaverse opens very new opportunities here. So for us, that is equally going to be something where we will expand our portfolio.
Has it ever come to your mind that with this increasing, direction that we're going into, that we almost lose ourselves too much in the digital world? Has that ever been a concern of yours, that then we're not experiencing enough in our day-to-day life?
Absolutely. And I think that's why I said it's going to just be enhancement to our portfolio, because we have taken from the beginning the approach that we don't just want to be an online activity. And actually, we are not even at the moment. We do have some tools, but we've not introduced them as yet, because that isolates you. And that makes the racer, the user, get lost in his own little world. That's why a lot of people think when you talk about e-racing, this must be the people sitting in some basement somewhere, not getting out and just driving day and night and living a very unhealthy lifestyle. And that's what we didn't want to do. That's why we have the concept of lounges, which means that you have to come to us, you have to sit in our simulator, which is, by the way, physically quite strenuous, because you sweat in it if you are in there, because we simulate G-forces to a certain extent. And for our racers, because we have a league as well with racers, we've set up a whole athletic program. So they get physical training, actually by a Hollywood actor who was a bodybuilder, so he knows what he's talking about. They get mental coaching. They will get a whole so-called 360-degree approach from an institution which I think has the physios for more than 2/3 of the Formula One drivers. So we really treat them like athletes, and exactly for this reason. We don't want people to get lost in some world out there.
A personal question, Monisha, why do you not like to be in the seat yourself, whether it was at Formula One or whether it's for Racing Unleashed right now?
Well, looking at the track, the analog world, to be honest, I had a lot of respect, when drivers drive. Because if you once sit in that position, it's not like what we are used to from our cars. You don't have that great view a bit higher and you know what's going on. You're lying pretty much in that car and at those speeds. So I think I was probably a bit afraid. And then I used to tell my drivers, with the way you drive, I never want to sit with you in a car because you have these double-seaters too. Here at Racing Unleashed, I never get the time, because every time I go there, usually with some guests, you're there to explain things to them, tell them things about the track. So it's for them to drive and for me to explain.
What do people from the Formula One world tell you about your business now? Do they criticize it because they say that's not the real motorsport?
Not at all. I think they agree with me that we both are complementary. That's our position also. We don't see ourselves as a sport which will maybe replace, analog racing. Not at all. It's about being complementary, because we are the ones who actually give access to the sport to far more people. Because even if you look at tickets at a race, they are so expensive sometimes. How often can people go there? You hardly have, in most of the countries where motorsport is popular, any free-to-air broadcast. It's usually pay TV. Maybe not everybody has access to that. With us, it's fairly easy and it's affordable. So I think we're doing, in a way, the preparatory job for them to getting close, actually, to have an interest, develop an interest in the sport. So we see each other very much complementary. And actually, we even have now a project running with a federation, with the UK Federation, where we are looking for talents that looked at home, first of all, online. Then they qualify with their timings, and then they come into our simulators, and the winners actually will then be getting a seat in a Formula 4 team. So you see how much they're already merging together.
And I need to poke your brain about the future, because we're sitting at the START Summit where a lot of the students and entrepreneurs are talking about what's going to be happening for the next 2 decades until 2042. You, on the other hand, have different opinions about looking into the crystal ball. Can you just share with us what you think when people say, look, Monisha, tell us what's coming around the corner for esports, racing, motorsports?
I think it's very difficult to assess, because if you look at what itself has happened in the last 2 years and at what speed, the pace of innovation is so fast. It's very difficult to even predict anything for the next 5 years. And then if somebody, asks me about such a big time span, the first thing which comes to my mind is, well, how old am I going to be then? And if I look at 2040, it's like I'll be, if I'm alive still, 70 plus, which already is a daunting idea. And you have no idea what you yourself are going to be doing then. And then you just think, you can only hope for what we want to today do, because what we do today affects tomorrow. May it be our own action, may it be what we teach our children, because they're the ones who will be acting there. And we are all hopefully trying to act in a responsible way for the future. And responsibility, in terms of, if you look at what's going on effectively now, of peace, of sustainability, of equality. I mean, these are big words, but we have to implement them in our day-to-day life. So one can only hope that one will have a world where consequences of this kind of responsible action today are showing tomorrow and being continued with the generations which will act then. But another very interesting aspect, which opens up here, is if you look at digitalization, you look at automated procedures, you look at robotics. What that is very simply leading to is that many tasks are being taken over by machines. And that leads us to the question, we're getting more and more people. What do we do with our time? I guess we won't be having then the usual 9 to 5 working hours. You probably will work less. What do people do then? And that's where companies like ours, for a very small part or very small segment, of society, an interest, think, is that maybe something we look at, that people have far more time? They want to do far more leisure activities. What can entertainment do there? How can you entertain the people with, let's say, 5 more hours they have every day, or 6 more hours, or even more? And that's a very exciting aspect for us to see what can we offer people in terms of how do they occupy themselves next to their professional life.
So from what I understand, what the priorities are right now. It's how the solutions will come and develop. That's more of a grey area that we don't know. But let's say in 2 decades' time, we still get to sit each other across like this and have a follow-up conversation. What would you have liked to have seen happen?
Well, I'd like to see that issues we're trying to combat today have been solved. That these kind of values, which I spoke before, are very much there and being lived, and not we're just chasing to implement them. And, for my little business, I would say, that we actually offer sports entertainment where people are part of it, because that's important to us, where we've established a sport which is global, where anyone can access it, and you can actually develop yourself in it and make it a part of your life.
Well, Monisha, I think at the end of the day, there's always going to be more questions coming out of discussions like these than answers that we can get. But I think it was very insightful with all your knowledge sharing about how we can see the world of motorsports developing. And hopefully in a couple of years' time, 10 years' time maybe, we can see a big change in there. So thank you so much for sharing all that with us.
My pleasure.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for tuning back in to our Forbes DA event at the START Summit, a large entrepreneurship conference hosted by a lot of students here at St. Gallen. So right now I'm joined by Jochen Engert. Unfortunately, he's not here in person with us, but just a little bit about Jochen. If you don't know, he was one of the early founders of Flixbus, of course, with its network of long-distance buses. And now it's the largest of its kind in Europe, connecting millions of people every day. Jochen, thanks so much for being here with us. I want to start off by saying that nowadays, it really is hard to miss Flixbus because you see it with its iconic green buses. But just tell us, sometimes we forget how things really started. What was it like when Flixbus was just one or two on the street? Where were you? What was that like?
Yeah, first, thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to our discussion. It's true. It feels like it's been yesterday in some days and feels like it's been ages ago in others that we started. Initially, it was the three founders, so Andre, Daniel, and myself, who started the business with the basic idea of, hey, we want to connect German cities by bus. And there was a sort of regulation that prohibited that for a very long time, for decades, actually, to protect the trains from competition. Eventually, that changed in 2013, and this was when we launched. And I still remember when we've seen the first branded buses was probably one of the most exciting days in our founding and like company building history. And it's still, up until today, I'm still always very happy to see our buses on the street. But at the beginning, it was tough. It was difficult. Like we for a long time, we didn't even know if the deregulation was actually going to happen, if we would actually have a basis to build this business that we were planning on for so long. And when it finally happened, and we actually had the first press conference for the launch, then the first lines went live and the first tickets got sold. I mean, we were checking on our online system. Did people buy tickets and like updating on a sort of 5-second frequency to see if there's more tickets being sold? And this was really, really exciting. I mean, now, as you said, we're there all across Europe. We're connecting all the different places. We're market leaders in Turkey and in the US as well. So it's been a lot of stuff that happened along the years. But as I said, we're still very excited about what's been intriguing to us in the early days. And this is really about allowing people to travel more in a smart way, in a green way. And this is still what excites us and what also excites our team.
I mean, as you've mentioned, there's so much that's happened in the past 10 years. It's hard to condense that. But back then, when you already spotted the opportunity for Flixbus, how were you already envisioning the way that people could travel intercity within Europe?
Yeah, we felt first, the deregulation of a market is a very unique happening in itself, and we felt this is an interesting opportunity to potentially build a business. That's what caught our attention in the first place. And then we felt, looking at the market, there's no real alternative to either your own car or buying expensive train tickets. So we need to build this alternative. And at the very beginning, everybody thought we're crazy, including our wives and back then girlfriends, meanwhile wives, all our families and friends. They said, like, you're not going to build a bus company, are you? Yeah. And we're like, we're not building a bus company, we're building a mobility provider. And we always had that clear idea in mind of, we need to build this into a very big and relevant business, make this available to many people. But at the beginning, this was tough. And it was complicated to get there, to persuade investors on the one hand, but also the bus partners who operate the fleet for us at the very early days. We've been traveling all across Germany to visit them, had tons of meetings and tried to persuade them to get on board, and ultimately found the crazy, maybe the entrepreneurial few who signed up with us and said, look, we're going to put a few buses, we'll brand them in your colors, and then let's jointly build this. And this is how it all got started. But at the beginning, it was just very tough. And I mean, looking back now, because many sort of entrepreneurs, and this is an entrepreneurs conference, think about, hey, I need to have that fantastic idea at the early stage to build something that's really working. I mean, if you look at what we've been building, the idea was, hey, we're connecting cities by bus. This isn't so super exciting. And I think the difference that we are making today is that our business is very focused on technology, on database decisions, and ultimately around customer centricity. So we're very focused on really delivering a great customer experience. And this sounds easy, but it's been something in our industry that just wasn't there before. People were running transportation networks without really thinking about the customer. And this is something I think we brought to the table, and that completely changed our industry.
Why was it hard to convince, say, friends and family at the beginning about building a bus company? Was there a sort of stereotype of what that would mean?
I mean, absolutely. Like the image of traveling on a bus was very different 10 years ago, and people wouldn't have even considered using one. And I think we've completely changed this over the years by creating a different image, building a modern product, a very, very good value for money offering, and really making this available to ever more people. But back then, I mean, it was supposed to be a mean of transportation that, as I said, very few people actually had in their consideration set at all. They thought about, it's either my car or I take a plane or a train, but wouldn't consider traveling on a bus. Although the mean of transport had been there in the past, there have been connections. They just weren't sort of in the mindset of people to actually be relevant for them. And I think this is what we changed tremendously.
So there are a few statistics I want to bring up that kind of reflect the success you're talking about. Now you're covering 2,500 destinations. There are about 400,000 connections a day, and there's a Flixbus departing approximately every 30 minutes in some cities. On face value, it does look like everything is going well. Super success. Can you just tell us along this journey, what opportunities did you miss? What did not go to plan?
How much time do we have today?
Tell me what comes to mind.
No, like seriously. I mean, of course, looking at where we're now, I guess we've taken a majority of right decisions. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. But there's always been different turns and twists along the way that were just difficult. I mean, at the beginning, we've completely underestimated how much complexity a sort of real-time, multi-million use case type of business brings with it. Like just the sort of very basic questions of, hey, how do I find my station? Is this the right bus I'm boarding? And all the questions that come up at the customer and passenger side in terms of this is problems that can arise during the operations is something that we've completely underestimated. So it took us quite some time to realize, hey, this is not only a tech play, but we're building a real life product where problems happen in real time. And this is different to if you sort of compare this to e-commerce. If your shoes or your clothes are being shipped a day later or so, that may be annoying for a customer, but nothing really serious happens. If things go bad in our business and customers are standing in the rain or in the snow for 2 hours, this is going to be a complete mess. And this is, I think, one thing that we've probably underestimated at the beginning, and then over time had to learn on how do we build processes, how do we inform our passengers, how do we manage operations on a very, very detailed and granular level in real time. And I guess that's something that we figured out along the way, and that was difficult in the first place for sure.
I think being the largest company of this kind in Europe brings about a certain level of responsibility, criticism, and I wonder, having this large network, how much you've seen the spotlight on you where people ask, okay, how green are you really? How sustainable are you really? Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. I think with us growing to where we are now, and at the same time being a product/service that's relevant to pretty much everybody, like everybody's literally could use us. And mobility is relevant to every single person on our continent in the world, ultimately. We've been always very, I'd say, prominent in the public, in the media. We get a lot of coverage. And as media, typically, it's a game of storytelling, and it's always easier to kind of sell the bad stories. All of that stuff has been over the media. And as you said, also around sustainability, how green is this really? But I think here it's quite interesting because we've done a lot towards educating people around, hey, traveling on a bus and also on our trains is the most sustainable mean of traveling at all. Like our footprint on the carbon side, if you look at emissions on a per seat kilometer basis, is actually stronger than even trains in effectively all the countries, except for France, maybe with a sort of strong nuclear power footprint. But in Germany, our home market, we actually have a better emission rate than Deutsche Bahn has on the long distance side. And this is something that we continue to educate not only sort of regulators, politics, the public around, but also our passengers, that they can actually travel with a good conscience with us. They're saving emissions. I guess it's pretty obvious versus a car that the bus is going to be more efficient and versus a plane in any case, but also and even against the train. And I think this is where we still have some homework to do to really bring this to people's awareness.
At the START Summit right now, a lot of people are obviously thinking about next steps, what's going to happen in the future. The theme is, of course, the world in 2042. I wonder, when you see or look at the world of mobility, do you have a sci-fi picture in mind of what that could look like in 2 decades from now? What does that look like for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously an interesting question in terms of what's our long-term vision, our long-term strategy, very relevant to also what we're deciding today. And I think if you look back 20 years from now, if you would have asked someone in 2002, what would the world look like?
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't have an iPhone back then. Internet was in a very different stage. The way people are using their mobiles today, it was completely different. The way people traveled was completely different. And especially the way people sort of booked their travel, holidays, experience, all of this was very, very different. So I think it's probably close to impossible to anticipate or foresee what the future is going to be in 20 years from now, because there's a lot going to happen in terms of innovation, progress on the technology side, on the hardware side, etc. For us, one thing is for sure that also in 20 years from now, if you look at especially mass mobility on mid and long distance, this won't go without bus and train. And this is why we feel we're actually in a very good spot in our market and with our product, because this is going to be relevant also in 20 years. We need to make sure for us that we're really at the forefront of innovation. We're progressing our way of running this business and especially also our way of running the fleets. And I think, for sure, 20 years from now, it's going to be, it will likely feel crazy that we've been talking about, is this fleet ever going to be emission free? We will just be there for sure. And I think this is what we're progressing. So for sure, 20 years from now, we'll run on emission-free buses, emission-free trains. It will be much more sustainable. And I guess our job is to anticipate these changes and also sort of prepare our organization to be agile, to be flexible, to adapt, to be very open-minded towards, hey, there's changes out there and we need to adapt. We need to build technology around it. And we need to be very, very focused on our customer experience. And primarily around the sustainability part, I think there's a lot going to happen. So we will see, of course, electric buses. We have already tested them. We're currently running biogas bus to also kind of pilot this. And then once we have this kind of proven and battle proven in our sort of day-to-day operations, we'll roll it out. I'm working on a hydrogen solution together with partners. So this will all come. I think it's still a few years until we can see this at scale in our fleet. But this will come, and it will certainly come before 20 years from now. So 2040, 2042, I think feels like a long way to go. But at the same time, it's around the corner. So it's not such a distant future. And in that sense, I think for us, it's really, really key to be prepared for what changes out there and to continuously adapt to ultimately stay relevant to our customers. And this has been, I'd say, the overarching goal of our strategy. We want to be one of the leading mobility players in the world and jointly also write the rules of our industry and make sure that we continue to improve on our product and ultimately also on the sustainability side.
Autonomous vehicles, will that be part of the picture as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then I think also here, if I look at all the macro trends that are happening around electrification, autonomous connectivity on the cars, buses, the fleet in general, I think that's all going to play in our favor. I think the future is going to be that people will consume mobility as a service, as they already do today in many cases in the bigger cities. You don't need a car if you live in a bigger city, right? There's so much availability of mobility options that you just don't need your own car. And that's also going to be true on mid and long distance, that the inventory, the offer that you have is going to be so good, so diversified that you will find whatever you want for your very specific use case, you'll find it available. You can just book it. Don't know if this is going to be at your fingertips or if it's just going to be sort of transmitted from your brain at some point. That's going to be interesting to see, but you will just have it available. So nobody needs to own that in that sense. And I think autonomous is also doing a big part of making people independent from ownership of these assets. There's no point in really owning cars. And I mean, if I have 3 little daughters, they will likely look at me like, what, you've been still driving your car yourself? That feels weird. They will never do a driver's license. I have a hard time seeing that. So I think that's going to change fundamentally.
Jochen, you've been leading this company already now for a decade, so I think that you have enough experience and hindsight to reflect. But one of the parts of being in a role of leadership is that you have to be able to deal with unprecedented changes and times. And I think us speaking right now is a perfect opportunity to look at what has happened, what is happening. And let me just start with the pandemic, for example. That wiped out so much travel. You rely on travel for your company. Were you immediately stressed, freaking out, logical? I don't know. Tell me how you reacted and you guided people through this.
Yeah, I mean, this ultimately comes back to how do you set your organization up and how do you build a mindset of, hey, change is going to happen and we need to adapt to it. Certainly, if you look at the pandemic, this is unheard of and unseen in the history of travel and tourism, like that situation. I mean, when we look back at early 2020, January, February, we were growing according to plan, expanding massively, adding new cities, new lines, new countries. And then suddenly the news broke of, hey, there's a virus that may spread globally. And then as we have a portfolio of countries, or had already back then, we've seen it in Italy in like the first phase. And we had a hard time believing, and I still remember that we've been chatting in the team, they're not going to shut down a European city like they have in China, and we just couldn't believe it. And I think just like so many people, we underestimated the impact this pandemic may have on the world and ultimately our business. I still remember receiving WhatsApp pictures from our Italian colleague on, hey, we have empty shelves here. People are freaking out and going crazy. And still we couldn't believe it. And then we've seen the impact. And I guess the good thing was that we kind of could prepare in most of our markets on seeing what happened in Italy. And then this will copy paste happen in all our markets. So this helped us to kind of get some sense of preparation. At the same time, at the very beginning, of course, we were shocked. And we were kind of in denial of, this is not going to happen everywhere. And it took us some time to kind of adjust to that crisis mode in the end. But then I think, and this comes down to ultimately entrepreneurship and a strong team again. You have to find solutions to whatever the market and the environment and the situation is giving you. And this is, I think, what we've done managed. We've completely effectively shut down the networks in March and April in 2020. And then over time, slowly rebuilt our networks over the summer, at least in parts, adapting to demand. Whatever the demand level was, we put out in capacity to make sure that we create enough business for our partners, we capture the demand that is there, but have been conservative along the way to not also burn all our money and ultimately sit there and have an insolvent company. And this was, I mean, the whole pandemic was life and death for us, and just like for so many companies in our industry. And I think, again, with like along the way, we figured we have so much, we built so much expertise and assets in our business in terms of how we run it, how flexible it is, the strength of our partner network, the way in which we can adapt, the speed in which we can change networks, etc. We can be better off than pretty much everybody in this industry. So ultimately, if we make it to the other side of this pandemic, then we're going to be much stronger than before. And this was something that has given us optimism early on. And then I think the team has done an incredible job of really managing through this, being very optimistic, entrepreneurial, very passionate about, hey, we'll find solutions. And this has helped us to get through this ultimately. And we knew there would be opportunities to come in terms of gaining market share against competition, also consolidation opportunities through M&A along the way. And this was, as I said, what gave us optimism. And I think ultimately we haven't been COVID winners, but we certainly are and will be post-COVID winners. That's for sure. And that's, as I said, has given us optimism relatively early in the pandemic. Still, the past 2 years have certainly been the toughest that we had in our journey.
I think right now we're also dealing with something that's extremely difficult, and with the current war in Ukraine, Flixbus has, of course, tried to help in this situation. What do you see as a responsibility there as someone in leadership? What's the onus that you have? What do you have to do?
Yeah. I mean, first, this is an absolute disaster. I think it's a war without any reason and justification. It's an absolute disaster what happens to the Ukrainian people. For us, it's very different also in that sense to other wars in the world that you, have effectively on a continuous basis, because it's been affecting us directly, because we have colleagues in Kiev, we have colleagues in Kharkiv that were directly affected by this invasion, by the war. First, we wanted to make sure that everybody's safe and that we can do whatever we could from here and like from our other parts of the team to support our colleagues there. And then, of course, it's a question of, hey, what can you do personally? I guess this is something that seems to unite the Western world, the rest of Europe in this difficult time, that everybody seems to want to help and wants to support somehow. And then I guess for us as in a leadership situation or in us being entrepreneurs and also our teams, we felt like, okay, let's look into what can we do. And then ultimately for us, it came down to, hey, let's do what we're best at. Let's help provide transportation for these people. And we've been trying to keep up our Ukrainian network for as long as we could in the regions where it was still possible to run bus services and to help people have an option to get away ultimately. And now what we're doing today is really providing services and charter services, regular line services from the refugee camps towards safe places all across Europe. We're trying to make this available as much as we can, also together with the NGOs that are there. I think this is, as I said, what for us it came down to, try to maximize the impact of what we could do as a company. And just seeing how much of that initiative came out of our team is something that makes me incredibly proud also. Like our Polish team on the ground, also like across the entire organization, everybody wanted to help and put in a lot of time, effort, money, initiative to make something work and create an impact. And this was fantastic to see. But ultimately, as I said, it's just a disastrous situation. And I mean, this needs to end now. And until then, I think we can just do what we're good at to somewhat help these people.
Jochen, from your network of people you've spoken to, have you seen any examples that have stood out to you in terms of effective business leadership responses that aren't just empty words in terms of supporting the situation?
I mean, the question is how far can you go and have we done enough? I guess the global sanctions are obviously having an impact on Russia. I think they will probably be surprised by how many people actually pulled out of Russia, effectively shut down their business. So have we, by the way. I think this is a very, very straight, very direct response. And I sort of appreciate all these decisions because this is ultimately, it's not an easy decision to make. Also for someone in that leading a company role, if you have to shut down a business and effectively also give up on all the past investment that you put into this. So this is a difficult decision to make. But I think it's great to see that this sort of moral component has prevailed here and has apparently prevailed for so many companies. And I think this is great to see. That's the right response. It's exactly what should happen to create that awareness, not only at the Russian government, but also the Russian people that there's something wrong. And people need to stand up against it. And this is a clear sign of standing up against this war.
Jochen, we have time for one final question, and I really want to end it on an optimistic note. There's obviously a lot of students here today. Some might be looking at you, learning about your stories in the classrooms. What do you think needs to be taught, say, at university for budding entrepreneurs to help guide them, say, navigating challenging times like you've been through?
Yeah. It's a very good question. I mean, I guess it comes down to the lessons that we learned along the way. First, I don't think it's about the idea that you need to have, but it's about, is there a big problem that you can possibly solve with something that you're building? And then it's about the passion that you bring to the table on that way and all the details that you can sort of build up along the way to solve that problem. And if people are passionate about a problem, then this is a very good starting point to actually do something. And then I think I can only encourage, and I guess entrepreneurship isn't made for everybody, but if someone has that spark in him or herself, then just go and try it out. There's nothing to lose, really. Like whatever the outcome is going to be, even if it's going to be successful or if it's not going to be successful business-wise, you will certainly have learned so much along the way. And I think if this is something that schools, universities can teach, then it's this risk-taking mentality. I mean, most of the sort of people on the conference are pretty young, pretty early in their careers. There's nothing to lose. And you'll certainly learn a lot more than in any other job. So I can just encourage everybody to just try it out and just go out and jump and take that leap of faith into entrepreneurship. It's certainly going to be worthwhile and paying off.
Much like what you did at the beginning, and look where you are now. So, Jochen, thanks so much for sharing all those thoughts. And we look forward to seeing you in person next time then. Take care.
Very much looking forward to that. Thanks a lot.
Hello and welcome, everyone. My name is Klaus. I'm the editor-in-chief of the German-speaking edition of Forbes. And COVID and other challenges have obviously also made it difficult for us to keep our program. We've had 2 last-minute cancellations. Felix Oswald and Wolf Lotter won't be able to join us. But we wouldn't be Forbes if we weren't able to pull rabbits out of our hats. So we obviously have high-class replacement. The first of one of those is Julian Teicke, who's the founder and co-founder and CEO of WeFox. WeFox is an insurance tech startup, has a valuation of 3 billion, recently pulled in, how much? Was the
last round was 650 million, yeah.
650 million in the last round, so I think that's a good replacement we can live with. And we're going to talk a little bit about 2042. Julian has not only built MindDeal before WeFox and WeFox, but 30 ventures across a variety of categories and industries. So we'll be talking about what he sees for the next 2 decades, the changes, the shifts, the challenges, but also the opportunities. Julian, thank you so much for making it on a short time.
It's a pleasure to be here.
As I said, the world in 2042 is the motto. When you look at sort of Europe's tech landscape, I know it's a big and a loaded question, but what is it that you see as the biggest challenge to prosper going in the next 2 decades?
Yeah, I mean, we lost in the last 20 years to the US and we lost to Asia. And Europe is behind. And I think it's important to understand what are the qualities that Europe inherently has. Focus on these qualities and think about how to shape a better future. With innovation coming from Europe. We see the US with the hyper-capitalism, and we see the businesses that have been developed in this environment. These are hyper-growth companies that have taken over industries in a very, very fast time, but maybe, don't share the same type of values as many Europeans about data protection, about digital sovereignty, and so forth. And we have the Chinese that have really focused on surveillance and really understanding what their users and citizens are doing at every single minute, which doesn't work together with our privacy standards. So I think we can learn about what they did best in terms of scaling ventures, building innovation that was globally adapted, but really stay true to our European values. And our European values are about, a responsible and social capitalism. And I think there's huge potential for Europe based on these values. When we, for example, think about how do we look at how individual data is treated, how we can make sure that we build business models that act responsibly towards all of their stakeholders and not just the investors. So I think it's about understanding our values, focusing on our values, and I think if we do that and get the ecosystem in a good place, and capital and policies are important for that, we can also learn from the US, then we are the winners of the next 20 years.
So we have a global pandemic, we have polarization running through the society, we have a war in Europe again, we have tech stocks being crushed, which is obviously a different level, but still, are you optimistic when you look towards 2042 for our area, for Europe, for the entrepreneurs in Europe also?
I'm extremely optimistic, and I'm more optimistic than ever because I really feel that the European values are what is going to help us overcome all of these challenges and also build innovation that actually helps humanity progress. So many of the things that we're seeing today are the result of the last 20 years where these values have been missing. So I am extremely optimistic. I think that's also part of my job. Yeah. But, in general, also about humanity, I'm super optimistic. Just look at the solidarity around the Ukraine crisis, how people move together, how people just don't accept this guy doing what he does, calling him out to do it. We see an unforeseen solidarity. We haven't seen this type of solidarity in the last century in the world. So we've seen humanity already progress to a great level. It still leaves room for such terrible events, but I'm still optimistic because I see the solidarity that is there that has never been there before to such an extent.
When you started with WeFox in, I think, 2015, was it? You said you want to be bigger than the big insurance companies. And if you know the big insurance companies, they're very big, they're huge. But saying that, you also took an extremely long-term view. I think it was 15, 20 years, something like that. Are we sometimes lacking, or our founders in general, we have a lot of young people watching us, founders sometimes lacking this really long-term view and also, pushing through to get to the end? Is this something we need to learn still in Europe or in Germany?
Yes, I mean, that's something that the Americans are very good at, which is, not be scared to talk about big goals. And
what was the reaction when you said in 2015 we want to be bigger than Allianz?
So I don't care about the reaction. I care about, does it feel right? Right? For myself. So there's a difference in saying things because you just had that idea, or saying things because you thought about it a lot and they're actually substantiated with a lot of thinking and a lot of confidence of being able that you know how to get there. And typically what I feel is that if people get the impression that this is not just a maniac talking about crazy things, but this is someone who actually thought about it and has put a lot of thinking and work into this, they typically start respecting it and believing in the possibility of this becoming true. So I think this is something that we can learn from the US, not be scared to set big targets, because people are scared to set big targets because if they don't achieve it, they feel like losers. They feel like they have failed. But the truth is, if you don't set big targets, you're never going to achieve big things.
I mean, for you, the long-term view is even more fundamental because you're not profiting off of WeFox and the valuations and the money you're raising personally, because you, as I understood it, have all your assets in a foundation and live off your salary. I mean, as sort of a founder, that part of the motivation obviously is also money. Why would you do that? What's the reason?
Well, I have a lot of money for my salary. I earn, now I earn good money. I didn't in the beginning. And no, I think essentially it's about how can we do things that help, progress society in the end, right? Because it's about, leaving a better world for our children in the end. And I have a daughter now, and I mean, we have some huge challenges, right? And we need to fix them, all right? And I think it needs all of our effort and all of our focus to fix the big challenges, to fix the climate crisis, to fix the problem of people feeling irrelevant in today's time because technology and machines are taking over their work. I think over the next few decades we're going to see huge challenges, and it requires all of our effort to create a world that is better, or that first of all still exists, and then hopefully better than what we've seen in the past.
We know you're on a tight schedule, so we have to wrap up because you have to run. But the final question, we have people watching, the young students that are hungry and motivated. A piece of advice for them that you would like to share, that you have sort of from your own experience. What's something you would tell them at the beginning of their careers?
It's about belief in yourself, right? So set yourself high targets and then try to figure out why don't you really believe in yourself, what makes you doubt, and then try to figure out how you can eliminate that doubt and believe in yourself, and then everything is possible.
All right, Julian, thank you so much for taking time on short notice. We are continuing with our freestyle program. Next up is Thomas van der Höhe. He's the founder of Way, a remote driving / autonomous driving company based in Berlin. They just raised $80 million, $95 million, I'm sorry, Thomas, to crack autonomous driving. So we're quite excited to have him as another replacement guest, high level. Julian, thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day and weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we have the next German founder. We don't know officially if he's a unicorn founder because the valuation isn't public, but we know that Way and Thomas, together with his two co-founders, just pulled in 80 million euros, $95 million, to crack remote driving, autonomous driving. And what they've done is introduce a step in between fully autonomous driving, which is, as I said, remote driving. And I'm quite excited to have him here and hear what this step is and what their big goal is. Thomas, thank you so much for taking the time on short notice.
Well, thanks for having me here.
What is remote driving compared to autonomous driving, and what's the goal with Way? Because you don't want to do it both, if I understood correctly, or all of it, yes.
Yeah. So the technology that we've developed over the last years is to remotely drive vehicles, right? So in a one-to-one relation, we have a remote driver, which we call a teledriver, the job of the future, that don't sit in the vehicle, but they actually can sit kilometers away, right? In a teledrive center where they sit in front of screens, right? They have the gas pedal and they have a steering wheel to actually remotely control
so it's like
vehicles.
A video game, sort of. And the setup is like a video game.
It's a similar setting as that, in the sense that you see everything that is happening on the street, but maybe even better, right? Because in the car, you're sitting in there, you have blind spots, but here we have a 360-degree vision around the vehicle to be able to teledrive or remote drive the vehicle.
And so that means that what's the use case? I would call a cab. It comes, I get in, I drive, and it automatically drives away.
Yeah,
that's the idea.
So what we're building is a complete new mobility service that doesn't exist. So it's not a cab and it's also not car sharing. It's something in between, and it works like the following: is you download the Way app, right? We actually announced that we will this year will start this service for the first time ever in Hamburg, right? Where there will be then cars without any person inside because they're sitting remotely. So you download the Way app as a customer, and you click a button. It comes within 5 minutes. Then you get behind the steering wheel, right? So you drive the vehicle to the airport, to your office, from back here maybe to Zurich, and then you just get out of the vehicle, and then another teledriver that just finished a teledriving task somewhere else comes back and then teledrives that vehicle to the next customer or teleparks that vehicle. And that what that means for you, right, is that it's a door-to-door like drive, right? So you don't have to look for a car, and you don't, which is quite a painful experience often, in particular in metropolitan area. You don't have to park it because both of these parts are being done by a teledriver, and obviously this can be offered by a price point much cheaper than Uber or taxi, because we don't have to pay anyone in the middle because the customer still drives it. So that's what we would start with, and that's what we are very excited to roll out. So we'll do this with electric, highly utilized vehicles starting in Hamburg, but then also in other cities.
So that means everything that has to do with cars and how they get from A to B would be. We would have to rethink everything, right? It doesn't mean if it's cab drivers or chauffeurs or whatever. Everything could be done much more efficiently, much more cheaper, better for the environment. That's the idea.
Correct. So what I think what's very exciting here is teledriving is a technology that enables so many use cases, right? And this use case that we're describing here, where an electric vehicle comes to you at the click of a button that you don't have to park, right, is such a new experience. And we can offer that as at a price point that can be, very close to your personal car. right? And then you still then have the question, if you live in a big city, is do you still need your own car, right? Or do you want something that you don't have to charge, don't have to clean, you don't have to park at a similar price point, and hence then we hope that we can really offer an alternative to private car ownership in metropolitan areas, right? And that's, I think, just something that we're all very excited about, because 95% of the time they're just standing around, right? And they're not moving. What if you can, start not having parked vehicles, but basically move to an on-demand mobility, right? So sometimes our service is good, sometimes, you have a bike, sometimes public transportation, depending on the use case, and really have high availability of something that is probably even better than your personal car. And that's what drives us to achieve in metropolitan areas.
But who would own the cars in this case? Is it your
so these are
VW?
So exactly, it's a VW fleet, right?
Okay.
So these are vehicles that are running in our fleet, basically.
And they're equipped by you guys with the software that's necessary for teledriving.
Exactly. So it's actually what we developed now over the last 3.5 years is to really bring this to production, right? So it's hardware. It's a small piece of hardware that sits on the vehicle, right, as well as on the teledrive station, right, to really make this automotive grade, right, to make it redundancy, because we use redundancies all over the system, obviously on the network, but also on the sensor side, on the teledrive station, as well as on the interface layer to the vehicle. So how do we talk to vehicles? So basically we get a vehicle, right? Then we can retrofit or put our technology on top that then makes it maybe a VW-enabled car, and then those cars we would use in our fleet.
And you would make money of rides that are booked by customers.
Correct. Exactly.
That's the thing, and
exactly.
You take a cut. No,
Correct.
you get everything, right? You need to.
So we have.
You need to pay your drivers, but
exactly.
you don't need. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Like we have the drivers, but also other costs that we have on operations side, for example, that we have for running the service.
And it's more efficient than an Uber business case, because teledrivers can do much more trips than someone in an Uber, right?
So if you think, like, basically to provide a trip for you, right, we use much less time, because we just have to bring the car and we have to drive it to the next customer, right? And in between, we don't have to have that driver. So one teledriver can just provide to our customers much more trips, right? Which is why the trip itself can be much more inexpensive for you as a customer.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's teledriving, and that's the step. Yeah. When you're saying you're bringing it to Hamburg in a pilot, do you have an estimate of when this could be launched, like, massively?
So what we will we will start in Hamburg this year, and then we look into different actually additional countries or cities starting next year, that we already started to evaluate, where we also look a lot into the US market and other countries, maybe Switzerland or others, to get a broad range of tests and to have different cities in parallel, because we believe there's quite some differences when it comes to how this service will be used, depending on the country or depending on the users.
But it's quite important that you're not a teledriving company. The big goal is autonomous driving.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct, right? So my background is in autonomous driving. So I spent 6 years in Silicon Valley building, in the end, self-driving cars at one of the leading autonomous driving car companies there, called Zoox. And then now 3.5 years, I decided to move back and start VW together with my two co-founders here in Europe. And as we see this market of autonomous driving, which I think we're also excited about because it brings so much positive changes when it comes to sustainable and safety, it always felt that, hey, in 3 or 4 or 5 years we'll have it, and that it's a rolling year after year, because it's a very difficult and technical problem, and we have the biggest companies on different continents trying to solve this, and what we are doing here with VW is really a different approach to autonomous driving, which we call a teledrive first approach, meaning that we launch something which is not autonomous driving. Right, it's a one-to-one relation between a driver who doesn't sit in the car with a vehicle. We can take this, build trust, and launch something early, right, and this year, and then roll this out and have a nice, a business model around this. But teledriving allows for 2 additional things, which we believe is very crucial when it comes to autonomous driving. Is one, that teledriving allows to launch autonomous driving features gradually, right? So we don't have to solve full autonomous driving, but we can say, hey, maybe we can first do autonomous driving when you hail the car, so to say, at low speeds it comes to you, right? Or that's basically that we start automating. Or on highways it's maybe easier than completely downtown and all the intersections. So basically you can slice the problem into the easier pieces and launch them, these features, when they're ready, right? When they're safe, and not having to solve everything from the get-go, which is a very difficult problem, right? So that's one. The other very interesting approach or advantage with our technology is that we can learn a lot through teledriving, meaning we're generating a lot of data from teledriving that we can then use to train our algorithms. As you know, a lot of the data we actually receive, and our system learns over time, and hence we believe actually that we enter a decade of human-robot interactions rather than going full throttle to full autonomy, right? And that also allows us, as I think, interesting point as a society, to adapt to these changes, right? Because by doing that, it will take, we have this gradual, adoption to new technologies and new jobs, and this connection between autonomy and human labor.
What kind of, if we look at autonomous driving and we see car manufacturers trying to do it, we see software tech companies trying to do it, we see just different types of companies paddling in this field. But in the end, it's an industrial feat, right? You have to build a physical car. I mean, you can do software, but in the end, it has to be a physical car that is self-driving. What kind of, how do you have to build your company to be able to succeed in such a field?
Yeah. So that's a very good question, right? Like, because it's so, already what we do is very, very complex, right? We have to, part of the hardware, we have to build an operations, we have to build a product, and obviously, all the networking, the mapping, and like there's just so many things that we have to build. So I think a good approach is, and that's also that we are that we're doing, is trying to see who is good in what, right? So the OEMs and automotive companies are very good in integration, system design, automotive grade components, and building that vehicle. So why would we want to build this ourselves? For example, Zoox back in the day decided they wanted to build autonomous driving and an entire new vehicle without a steering wheel, right? And as that's like many different challenges put together, and I believe, our entire company is built that we do things kind of step by step, right? What's the most pragmatic approach to get actually a product out, so we can start testing it as a customer, as a society, and that's why we say teledriving, and we're using existing homologated vehicles, right, from manufacturer that we use, so that we don't build the cars ourselves. So we leverage that and try to, and really think about what can we do pragmatically to get something out there in customers' hands.
And you don't care what type of car it is, or is it solely electric, or do you also do combustion engines? Is it?
So we're using electric vehicles, and it's not that the system can just be applied to any vehicle that is out there. There's a lot of system design involved, meaning we have to understand each vehicle how to brake, right? And then if that brake fails, right, we have to understand how do you talk to the to redundant brake, right? And the same is with gear shifts, and like if a police officer comes, how do you scroll down the window and things like that. So we really have to understand the vehicle well. So it takes a little bit of time, not too much, to actually understand and apply our system into a new vehicle platform. But it's not like that you can just buy it and build it into any vehicle, because there's a lot of safety requirements and safety mechanisms that we have to really understand how it works with a certain vehicle.
And you, as I said before, you've raised a solid amount of capital now recently. What are you spending the money on? Does it go into new people? Does it go into the software? Does it go? Where is your spending going?
So we've been now over the last over 3 years really heavily focused on engineering, right? And the testing of it. So we built actually hardware, we built software, and software on all different kinds of stack, firmware all the way to software that runs on the vehicle, backend, a lot of different parts. And currently we continue to invest in building out our engineering team, but we are now at this pivotal moment to say, okay, now, and because I often get asked, are you like a deep tech company? What I believe we are like deep tech enabled mobility service, right? So we are really at this point where we're shifting into much more operations and product building, right? Because it's coming, right, this year. So we actually started hiring and building out that team a lot. Also there. So to your question, the vast majority is building out the service in headcount, right? So we're actually hiring a lot of people right now. If there's anyone who's interested, feel free to go on LinkedIn.
So you know what to apply.
Exactly. But that's a big part. The other part that will be coming up are much more about building out that fleet and how do you finance the fleet and other parts of the business, which will be coming up soon too.
Getting to the end slowly but surely, when we look towards 2042, which is sort of the model of the world in 2042, and we look to driving, autonomous driving, remote driving, whatever it is, what are you seeing? Where do you think we will be in 20 years? How will I get if I want to take a car from Zurich to St. Gallen? What's your bet?
Yeah, I think from Zurich to St. Gallen, what I really hope is that obviously we would move to an on-demand, mobility, whatever the use case is, that you get the best vehicle to get there, the best vehicle type, right? Because I think that I think it's important that we go away from like a 5-seater that is just there to cover all the cases because you buy it for your family, right? And to cover the kind of the edge, but the longer tail events like on the weekend and going to a lake together. Because most of the time you're alone in the car, right? 1.2 people are alone in the car when they commute. So I really hope that we have much different types of vehicles floating around in our cities to go from A to B, because some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller, depending on your use case. And then, I mean, like in 20 years, I just hope that you would get the car, you press it, you get in there, you really feel at home, and you can escape kind of this very noisy environment from the outside, and that there's going to be a mechanism to get you extremely fast here, right? Because I think down the line that will be also important, so that you can, have certain ways, and whether this is still highways or maybe some other means to get extremely because here we're talking, quite some distance, that you can actually have a way to go very fast from A to B, but in a way where there's no traffic jams and obviously everything is would be autonomous. So highly coordinated, and that you get you can just get into the car, feel super comfortable. Maybe I don't know how far the distance is, but maybe 30 minutes later, 40 minutes later, you get up, you show up here.
But do you think there's 100% probability or 95% that it will be autonomous in 2042 driving? Is it? Or what's your guess if you have to say 100%?
Yes. In 20 years, yes. Yeah. I would be. It's such a big, exciting, positive, development that we can do for a society that I hope that all these different areas, right? I'm not saying that ours is the only and the only right one. There's all these different approaches in the US and China that, one of us, and I obviously I'm biased, I think we have a very good shot, but maybe there's other players also that we can achieve.
Is it winner takes all, you think?
I don't think it's a winner takes it all, right? We haven't there's different factors why I don't believe that. First of all, there's different, geographies, right? If you look at US has different, challenges when it comes to technology, but also from a, data privacy and regulatory part. So I think it will be hard for them to maybe go to China, right? Who has also different parts, and then Europe also has very different, regulation when it comes to privacy and safety. So I believe there could be multiple players emerging, and then even in a market itself, similar how you have multiple players on food delivery or ride hailing, that there could be a few really big players in the market.
Final question. what can we expect from Bay in the next? Now we talked about 20 years. Now we're going back shorter, 24 months. What are the big milestones for you? Obviously, launching in Hamburg.
Yeah.
But walk us through the next big nuts you have to crack to, proceed, go on your way to success.
Yeah. So this year, it's really showing, first of all, ourselves, because the team has been working so hard over the last years, and it's just a fantastic team that we all this work now comes together to show that this works from a technology and regulatory perspective, right, as well as from a product perspective. So we really want to show that these all different streams that we have worked on, right, come together, and that's what we want to show this year in Hamburg. And then we want to take that and we want to start replicating it, right? So we want to start replicating in other cities and in other countries, and then
Europe
roll it out. Europe as well as so right now we're very much focused on Europe as well as in the US. We've looked at all different kind of markets, but these are the markets that we are not only looked at, but have close connections with different states and different countries to focus on, right? So we believe that it's a good a good approach to do this very quick, because we're also not right. It's such a big opportunity from a product, from society, but also from a business case. So we want to continue to be very fast and rolling out and growing, because we believe it's one of the best defensibilities, as well as obviously the tech that we've developed, to grow our footprint and have a big impact. So that will be our plan for then 2023 and beyond.
All right, Thomas, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
All the best, obviously, to you guys, to Vey, and we hope to soon be, chauffeured by or approached by a remote driving car.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks for having me.
Talk soon. And we are continuing with our freestyle program. My colleague Sophie will be talking to the START people about, as the summit draws to an end. They've just finished their hack. The summit is obviously about to close, so we will be talking to them about what their experiences were, how they see it, and obviously the exciting things ahead for 2023. Thank you so much, and please stay put for the next talk.
Welcome back. For everyone who doesn't know, we are here in St. Gallen at Europe's biggest student-organized startup summit, and I'm here with Samuel, who kindly joined us very spontaneously. He was just on stage after the hackathon, and he kindly jumped in here with us. So Samuel, I assume that the adrenaline was high. Could you tell us about where you just were and what you were just doing?
Absolutely. So the adrenaline was currently at its highest because coding basically ends at 10. And then we had to figure out, okay, how can we organize the award ceremony and coordinate everything with the participants, with the partners, with our team. And then we had kind of some bumps in the road because people wanted us to leave the hall, but everything went in order in the end, so we're quite happy about this.
But if we take a step back, could you first explain what is the hackathon?
Absolutely.
And what is your role, so that people know?
Absolutely. So my role is basically the head organizer of the hackathon, and I'm leading a team of genius. This is incredible. And what is the hackathon? This is like really a competition that is not really well known, in my opinion, especially amongst business students, right? But basically what a hackathon is, it's an innovation sprint, right? Where you have teams of 4 that have to solve challenges offered by partners, and then basically the team that solves the challenges the best wins it. And what I really like in hackathon is that it really sparks your entrepreneurial interest because you build products, and entrepreneurship is all about building products. So in a nutshell, that's what a hackathon is.
Can you tell me a bit about how it was organized? Because obviously I walked through a bit. I saw people were sleeping there at night. So people do stay the night. Is it 48 hours? How long did the hackathon last? And what were some of the challenges?
So the hackathon basically goes over 3 days. So we got started on Wednesday afternoon, and it went up until today. So basically the people started working on the challenge on Friday at 10 and ended this morning at 10. So they basically work on the project for 36 hours straight, and spend 2 nights here in the hall. So they slept absolutely everywhere. But we had the idea of like building up small rooms where they could basically sleep. They had some air beds. It was not a 5-star hotel, but that's fine for everyone. And we also had like the huge privilege to have like this IKEA mall, basically in one of the area, and it was like just incredible. So this is also why we are very low on sleep, because it's like a 30 hours race to build the best prototype.
And what were some of the challenges? Is it one challenge that's given to everyone, or are there different ones?
So we basically have 10 different cases that a participant can basically pick one and try to tackle, right? And then we have 2 challenges that are case agnostic. So maybe I can give some examples to make it a bit more tangible for the people that are listening. So the cases the participants have to tackle can be super broad. So for example, a company Accenture came up with a challenge, make our world more sustainable, which is super broad. You can basically tackle this in any way, right? And then we have the other hand of the scope with United Nations Environmental Program that offered the challenge of developing a predictive algorithm to identify landslide, especially in Asia, because this is a huge problem, causing a lot of damages and costing a lot of money. So this is also like a very, very specific problem. So those are the cases. And then teams have to pick one. And on the side, we had 2 challenges this year where every team could apply whatever cases they tackled. And we had 2. So the first one was the best Web3 case. And the second one was the most entrepreneurial, or the project that had the biggest entrepreneurial potential. Because Start Hack is Europe's most entrepreneurial hackathon, and we try to also live up to this.
So it ranges from very concrete to very broad.
Absolutely.
And I saw that when you were on stage, the winner was also announced. Do you know could you tell us a bit about the winner and what their idea was? Do you already know what that was?
I haven't had the time, if I have to be honest, to have a look at the solutions right now, because I was more on the organization executive part. So right now, I couldn't really tell you. What I can tell you is that our partners were absolutely delighted with the cases, so the quality must have been like really crazy. And now the idea with this, so you also have to keep in mind that after hackathons, the products are very early stage, right? They're only prototypes, and the idea now is to further develop these products even after the hackathon, if possible. So yeah.
Do you know what usually happens after the hackathon? Do you stay in touch with the people? Do you know how those products develop, or do you kind of lose touch?
So I would say with 90% of the people we lose touch, because most of the people come here to have fun, build products because this is cool. And also usually the cases are a bit too narrow for them to really develop something entrepreneurial. So this year we really try to have broad cases like the one from Accenture, right, for example. And for the rest, the remaining 10%, I mean, we've had already some success stories, like Brian Gaga, for example, that won the Start Hack in 2017 and went on building a successful startup right now. The winner from last year, Luca Hea, is building right now Truly, a startup that's from high scale, they're doing like a neo-banking stuff to also like improve sustainability. And so yes, we stay in touch with most of them, but like again, it's kind of difficult after the event to stay in touch with them.
Yeah. So how many people were here this year? How many people are there usually? And how do you organize this as a student organization? What are the challenges there?
Yeah. So this year we had 340 participants, which is a record for in-person Start Hack. And this is also because this is the first time that we are able to organize it at Olma, a huge hall. Usually we used to have it at university, like a very small building, not really suitable for a hackathon, right? And usually we had like 250. So this year it's been absolutely massive. And what was the other question, sorry?
Well, how do you organize? Because START is a student-led summit.
Yes. So we are all students.
Yeah.
I'm a student in the first place. Well, not really in the first place. And also all my team are also students on the side. So we have lectures during the week. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't go to any because otherwise it's impossible to pull off such an event. Like I have to be honest with you. And also, and I think most importantly there, we are doing this on a voluntary basis. And yeah, like honestly, like so proud of the team for just like taking so much time to pull off such an event, because on a student scale, this is just incredible. I think we can also relate for the summit. This is just out of this world.
How long do you prepare? When does the preparation start for the next year?
So basically, we have every year a transition phase within the organization, right? That happens across April and May, and where the new managing directors, so the new project leader, are being elected, right? And then over the summer, you really have this recruiting / strategic development, where you really plan ahead the strategy for next year. And then from September on, this is where the execution part just really kicks off, where we reach out to partners to like, hey guys, are you interested in working with us? And then in December, we start reaching out to potential participants. So it usually takes, I would say it's a 10-month process to really be able to pull off such an event. I'm sorry, this is so great. Sorry.
It's great to be proud of your work. I mean, you mentioned that there are elections, so the project leaders are elected by whom?
So they are elected by the whole team members. So we have like a management team, and then we have the different departments, and we call them. So we have the management team and the teamies, and these are the teamies that elect the people from next year. So the current team, because the next managing directors are from the team. And then the team will say, okay, do I give him my vote of confidence? Because we also have to trust that these people will be able to, pull off such a great event, right? So this is basically how it works. The team elects the next managing director.
Yeah. So how do the students do it when organizing together? Do you have mentors? I mean, where do you learn from, or do you hack your way to a good event?
Honestly, it's a very entrepreneurial process in the sense that you just fake it until you make it. So you basically try, fail, ask for help, because we are super proud as students. We're like, no, we don't need help. We do. We definitely do. In the management, we also have mentors, and all the team actually have mentors, and they basically help us bring us down on earth sometimes, be like, hey, take a step back, analyze the situation. So we have absolutely a lot of support. We also have like an advisory board committee with Andreas Güldi, Adrian Locher, and Florian Schweitzer that are also helping us. So we are not just on our own, but we still have some help to support basically us when we face huge issues. Like, for example, 2 years ago when we had to cancel the summit because of the COVID, it was a huge mess.
Did you cancel twice?
No, we canceled only once, only in 2020, sorry. And then last year, everything ran online. And yeah, this year it was incredible to be back in person.
It feels good to be back.
Absolutely.
Crazy. And are you a student here at the University in St. Gallen?
Yep.
And what are you studying?
I study business administration. If we can call it study, but yes, I'm here at high scale. But honestly, now I just want to go into something more technical, because business is actually very cool. I love it, but if you haven't had practice before, it's so hard to represent. Okay, this marketing strategy can be used like this, or this schema can be used like this. It's so hard. So I just also want to be able to build things finally.
Is that what START is for you? The possibility to do something hands-on as opposed to just in theory?
Absolutely. And this is also why I joined START in the first place, because I was a bit bored at uni, because it was just learning by heart, at least for me. And I just wanted to do something concrete. And I've been this kind of person that just want to do stuff the whole time. Like, I can't stay at home for like 2 days in a row without doing anything. Like, why? Why would I? So this is also why I joined. And I joined like 2 years ago. and decided to just take on a project. So the hack, because for me, it's just a project that empowers people in a really hands-on way. Like if you want to become an entrepreneur, just build things first, because this is what matters.
And since you mentioned that the teams always change and the management changes, can you stay for longer, or do you do it for 1 year and next year you gotta leave?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So we've had people in the past and even this year that have done that for more than 3 years overall. So the first year as a teamie, and then being elected as an MD, and then doing a second year as an MD. We've had these people. So yes, you can stay for longer, but you also have to keep in mind that at some point you also have to earn money for some people, right? Because we don't have the chance to be all well off. So yeah, next step is usually to go and fulfill some other dreams, I'd like to say.
So what is your plan for next year?
Honestly, now I'd love to join a startup, because, I mean, Start is like kind of a mini startup, but you have an end goal. So afterwards, it's just starting again. And now we just want to work in a startup where you don't have any end goal. Like it's just like a recurring process of just moving forward. So yeah, I'd love to join a startup.
Well, I wish you the best luck, and thank you so much for stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
We hope that you can get some rest in the coming days.
Thanks.
And we will be right back very soon with our next guest, an under 30 list maker. Hi, welcome back. We are here with Lea Miggiano from Carvolution, a Swiss car rental subscription startup, and previously on our under 30 list for the German edition of Forbes magazine in 2020. Welcome, and thank you for coming by.
Thank you so much for having me here today.
So, as I mentioned, you founded Carvolution, which is a subscription model company that rents out cars. Could you explain what the business model is and how it's different from leasing a car, or why it's better than buying a car?
Of course. So, a car subscription is basically where you pay a fixed monthly fee to have like your own car, which includes everything like insurance, tire changes, the storage of the tire. So at the end, you get this full package. You can use the car as if it was your own, but you don't need to worry about all the hassle that comes with car ownership. And a traditional lease or leasing is only a financing method for cars. So with one you get the full package, with the other one you just get the financing. And what we do, we just focus on some cars. We have an offer of about 30 different models from different brands. And by getting those in bulk and everything, choosing the most, the cars that depreciate least, we can offer very attractive conditions for our end clients.
So could you tell me a bit about how you came up with the idea? I've heard you mention before that you're not such a car person yourself, but you obviously did come up with this business model idea. Could you tell me about the beginning?
Well, actually, that's the thing. I'm not much of a car person, and I really needed a car, and I just found myself in this situation okay, I could buy a used car or I could get the lease, but somehow it wasn't really my thing. And in the US, the car subscription already existed, so we didn't reinvent the wheel here. We just thought if now we move quickly and we execute it well, we should do it in Switzerland. So let's say a combination of a very personal problem combined with seeing, hey, there's some kind of proof for this concept already.
So you did see, you kind of researched and you found out that in the US this already exists and is a successful thing?
Yes.
You looked in Switzerland, there was no such thing?
No.
And you thought you would be the one to do it?
Yes.
So what was your first step? Let's see, you see there's a market gap, there's something that could be executed in Switzerland. What was the first thing you did?
I would speak to everybody who would kind of cross my way those times about it, just to understand what should be my first step, because it's my first startup, Carvolution. Luckily, I have been working previously in different startups, so I kind of had the network, knowing who I should speak to. And then pretty quickly starting to calculate to build a business case, but also starting to understand, hey, who would be a good co-founder? So it's not one thing. You do kind of so many things in parallel, because at the end you need all the parts to kick it off. So you need co-founders, you need a case, you need a pitch deck, and all this together then somehow.
What was the most challenging part in that process?
I think to find good co-founders is very challenging, because it's such a key element of the whole thing. And for me, it was very clear I didn't want to start Carvolution with any of my friends. I really liked them, but I mean, they kind of all studied here in St. Gallen. We all did this business thing, and we needed different skills. So we needed somebody who has already some experience with startups, because today we're 80 people. It needs right leadership with investors. So I was very clear on what skills I would expect my co-founders to have. But then talents are not sitting at home waiting for me to say, hey, I have this idea with cars. Would you like to join? So it needs some patience. You also need to get their trust. So yeah, I would say this is the most challenging part.
So how did you find them? And who are they now?
So we are 4. It's Olivier Koffler, our CEO also. He first joined by investing in Carvolution, so he was observing a bit and so on. And then I was like, hey, we need you. Join us. He was then at PwC still. And yeah, it was a lunch after lunch, trying to get him on board, and now we're so happy to have him. Then our CFO, it's actually a very funny story. We had a little article in the magazine from Heiske about Carvolution, and he literally just called us saying, yes, you're starting now, right? And you kind of don't have a CFO. Should we talk? And also this worked very well. And then there's Luis, who has an operational but also technical background. Obviously, the whole fleet needs to be managed pretty well. And yeah, he came to us through networks. This is what we searched. You know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. So none of us knew each other before, but everybody has their expertise, and so it works very well.
How do you consider yourself? Do you consider yourself to be a tech startup or not? Or how would you define yourself?
It always depends who you talk to. Yes, I mean, maybe even some kind of fintech, because the financing is not, it's not a small part of our business. But overall, if I look at the skills we have in the team overall, it's a lot of tech, a lot of IT. Yes, it's
So it's not so much mechanics, or I don't know what the logistics are of having a startup where you have to, do you have to buy the cars yourself?
At the very beginning, yes, because as a startup, no bank is saying, of course, we finance the cars for you, don't worry. But that quickly changed. Otherwise, our equity would be a bit too much to finance the cars like that, and also a bit too asset heavy and too risky overall. But, okay, now I totally lost it.
It's okay. We're here at a student summit.
What was the question, actually?
Where there's been a lot of networking and everyone's a bit tired, I guess, on the last
indeed.
day. But whether you consider yourself to be a tech startup, or you mentioned you have 80 employees now?
Yeah, you asked about the cars and all the mechanics, the operational things. So at the beginning, we did a lot of things ourselves, but now we start to work with partners, because you need to somehow get a scalable concept behind all these operational things. So we have about 600 partner dealerships where clients can go to change their tires, or if they need service and maintenance. So this part, we solved it differently. We're not running around changing tires anymore. That's just not sustainable.
That's outsourced.
Yes.
Okay. And what is the business model that you approach them with? Why does it make sense for them to work with you?
Well, they're happy if somebody goes there to get their tires changed. Like, we pay them, right? So for them, it gives a certain security that this amount of clients would go there. So,
These are like the mechanics and so on. But the cars you own?
We don't own ourselves that many cars anymore, because it was like the first 20 where we said, okay, we need to take our equity and buy them. But the fleet, we're far above by now.
Okay. And what are the challenges in scaling a business like this, where it's not just a tech company, there are the logistics of, the physical inventory, the cars and so on? What are the challenges there?
Well, I think with Carvolution, the main challenge was or is to scale all the parts at the same time. Like, we had to learn how to source this amount of cars. We had to learn how to get our clients. And at the same time, we had to build up the whole operation. So sourcing cars means knowing how to finance them, operations, having the partners. And there's no point of having the cars, not having the clients, having operationally perfect processes, and so on. So it was really having this sustainable growth where you kind of manage all the different things at the same time.
And what was the challenge there? Did you find that there was a lot of demand for what you were offering? So was finding the clients easier than scaling the cars, or the other way around?
It's a bit of a chicken egg thing. Like, depending on the cars you have, maybe you get more clients or less clients. Well, I don't know. Challenging, of course. We have very ambitious goals we wanna hit. So, yes.
How would you say, how does where Carvolution is now compared to a year ago? What is the
main difference I feel is we're more people. So you went from this phase where you still know everybody and everything and who's working on what. Now we're 80 people, so you're a bit more into this mode, like, okay, maybe it should be a little bit better organized. Maybe we should define a process so that people doing actually the same thing, they do it in the same way. So it's, you just realize you're not that, I don't know, 5 people having this idea and doing something. Now you need to really manage the whole team. And
is that a role you saw yourself in before it happened, or are you sort of growing with the role? Did you want to manage such a large company?
Well, luckily I only have to manage the marketing team. But yes, it's very challenging because before that I only had to manage and kind of be my own leader. And yes, leading people, it's I think you learn it once you're in, but I think there you need to be very transparent. Say, hey, look, it's the 7 of us in the team. I don't really know how leadership works, but now I'm here and we're gonna manage somehow. So,
do you have any mentors, or how do you grow into that leadership role as someone? How old are you now?
27.
As a 27-year-old, and a founder of a company with 80 employees, how do you go into that leadership role? What have the challenges been for you?
The challenges, difficult to say. I think one thing dealing with people, which I found very difficult, is the first time somebody left the company. This, for me, I went into shock. I was like, wait, what? How could you leave? But if I distance myself a bit, I'm saying, yes, it makes sense. Had another challenge, other interests, different job. But still, for me, it was very emotional. And somehow I was like, what's happening here? How can this happen? Did I do something wrong? So, yeah, I think it's challenging sometimes to say, okay, I'm emotionally involved in this business. It's very important to me. But then also to distance yourself and a little bit at least to say, hey, but it's all right. It's part of the game, you know?
So you've managed to come around to that, and you can deal better when people leave now.
I'm still learning.
You're still learning. I also heard you say that you personally call up your customers to find out, what they think, to gather feedback. Do you still do that? I don't know when that interview was. It was a while ago. But do you still do that?
What happens if a client is very unhappy that he really wants to talk to me? So sadly, the client interactions I have is either when they're at the office or just picking up their cars, which I would always take some time to chit-chat with them because it's our end clients. We need to understand them. But also the other parts, it's good for me to understand maybe we did a mistake, somebody's not satisfied. So yes, I still speak to clients, not too much, but I'm convinced that marketing needs to be very close to the end consumer through sales, because otherwise, if you don't know who you're communicating to and what their needs are and maybe what feedbacks they have, I think this is always a massive risk, either to miss an opportunity to improve your product or just to not feel them and being close to the client. We're a service business. We're not just getting out cars. We're offering mobility. So it's, in service, you need to entertain them. You need to make sure that they're happy month by month. Otherwise, they can leave. And we don't want them to leave, right?
No. And what is your vision of the future of mobility? Because you mentioned the word. Do you think that the car industry is a growing industry, or do you see your business as a transition business while people are still, want to use cars?
I think cars will play a role still for a very long time. I'm the first one to be super excited about autonomous driving. I think this is going to be really the next big difference. And I really hope that by then we have kind of let go of the idea that everybody needs to own a car. Because why would we develop self-driving cars in order to improve the capacity of how they move, to reduce the standing time, if then still everybody just wants to own one for it to stand 95% of the time, just to enjoy being on the computer while it drives? Like, then we didn't get all out of it. So. But overall, I think mobility, it's such a dynamic field. I would lie if I would say I have it crystal clear where the world is changing there. But on the short term, it's going to be electric vehicles, which are going to be a changer, and then hopefully the autonomous cars.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but Carvolution is the biggest car subscription business in Switzerland. Definitely. Where do you plan to go from there? Would you expand? How do you want to build the business within Switzerland? What would your goals be for the next year?
For now, it's in Switzerland, like making sure we stay the biggest, and to make sure that also, while we grow in this market, because car subscriptions, it's a growing market. It's predicted that by 2030, about 40% of the newly enrolled cars go into subscriptions, which is, over 100,000 cars, which you need to also prepare for that. Like, this is where we want to go. We want to be the one platform when it's about car subscriptions. And this is kind of the direction. But for now, Switzerland, it's a massive market, which is getting bigger and bigger year by year.
I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much for stopping by on this last day of the START Summit. And we will be right back with our last interview of the day.
Welcome to the final talk of today's Forbes at Start Summit broadcast, The World in 2042. And for now, for a change, we actually have the person that we promised to you, Angela Matthes. She was for almost 4 decades part of Baloise, led the live team at the end in Liechtenstein. She's a year ago gone off to start her own company. Now, Be Curious. And we're talking about transformation, we're talking about change, we're talking about the world in 2042. I'm quite excited to have her here today. Angela, it's so good to welcome you.
Thank you for having me.
For those of you who don't know you, if there are anyone, tell us a little bit about yourself. I quickly introduced you, but it's always nicer to hear it from your words.
You talked about my career. And I think a significant moment of change for me was when in 2014, when I was still CEO at Baloise Life Liechtenstein, I transitioned from being a male CEO to a female CEO. And I learned a lot there about change and about how change works also in an organization, and how can you take people along in that change. And having had to leave my comfort zone all my life to come to that point, to be able to do that, I think was also responsible for me now having to have taken that last step to leave Baloise after 38 years and try something completely different.
38 years is a long time. How long did it take you to, come to the conclusion that you have to do your own thing, that you have to leave there? Or was this always with you somehow?
I think I had, and Baloise is a company that has also given room to that, to think like an entrepreneur sometimes, to how you bring in your own ideas and do things. And I think I have had that entrepreneurial spirit for forever. But it really got kick-started in 2017 when I did my first visit to Silicon Valley. And so how the world there works, how there are young startups who try new things, to try things in different ways that they have never tried before, and they were not afraid to fail. And I started to look at our insurance industry, which is from the outside is very conservative, and I tried to find how this innovation, this revolution is happening in the insurance industry, and I did see what insurance companies are doing, which was for me was more sustaining innovation, like digitizing existing processes. And I looked at InsurTech, and I saw that they are trying to reinvent the existing business model in a more digital way, using more AI. Even the flagship of InsurTech's, to my knowledge, like something like Lemonade, is basically still the traditional insurance business, but done in a very modern, very digitized way, using AI, using digitization. But it's at the heart, it's still insurance. And I thought there must be more that is possible. And this is what led me to create Be Curious.
What is it exactly? Who are you trying to reach with it? And
what I developed over the last year, I actually started just with Be Curious, by going out and see what is there and what is not there, and what are other industries doing, and how can I use that and find ideas. I also went back in the history of insurance to see how did insurance work before there were insurance corporations, and all these different things. Also reading a lot about behavioral economics, which I think is still underused in a lot of businesses, led me to look at at the development of insurance here in Switzerland, where when you look at the history books of insurance companies in Switzerland, you see that most the older ones, they all write in their history books that they were created after the big fire in Glarus, which was a large fire in 1861, and most of those companies were created between 1862 and 1865. And I contacted the canton of Glarus and asked them, for how long did your smaller local risk organization exist before that fire? And I got an answer back, and they told me it was a decision of the people of Glarus from 1798, and the fire insurance was created in 1811. So for 50 years, the regional, local, customized solution for the canton of Glarus was big enough, and then one event happened where it was decided not big enough. We need something on a national level. And that got me thinking, if at that time, at that point in time, we would already have had today's technology, would we also have created an insurance company or insurance companies? Or would we have found ways to connect all these already existing small risk communities that were existing all over Switzerland, all over Europe, in a more intelligent way to create a network of small insurance groups that then can act as kind of an reinsurance network for each other? And this is my basic idea that I'm now pursuing. How to create a platform where small risk communities can come on that platform, create their own customized risk cover or risk community, but then are connected to all the other corporate communities and give each other reinsurance cover. And working on that last year, I also saw that there is a large community in the world, like about 3 billion people, that don't even have access to insurance today. And I thought, why start with people who already have and know the traditional insurance way? Why not start and do this for people that don't have access to traditional insurance, and also for whom traditional insurance is maybe not even affordable and not practicable. And this is why my focus now is to develop this model for it to work in developing countries. And I just spent an entire month in Kenya to study how communities work and how communities help out each other today, and how this might fit into their daily lives today. Yeah.
So it's really bringing insurance back to the local level, community level, to the neighbor level even, rather than having a centralized approach to it.
Local level and decentralized level, but still connected, connected globally.
Yeah.
And that way, I mean, if you think, if you have a small group of maybe 100 people who do this with each other, they have a certain ability to carry risk. Now, if you have 10 communities who then those other 9 communities can help if something larger happens in one community, their ability to carry risk is already bigger. Now think if you have 1,000 communities or 1 million communities, and with 3 billion uninsured people in the world, that is not hypothetical. This is really possible to do that.
Now you've thought about and gone through yourself change, and you've done it on an organizational level, you've done it on a personal level. Change has always been, for the last years at least, a big factor in your life. How are you looking on the last 2 years, maybe also the last 2 months, 1 month? We've seen with all this disruption, with all this change, we've seen with all the transformation, how have you sort of observed what has happened, and what did you draw from it? Big question.
It is a big question, and I have a lot of thoughts about that.
We have time, I think.
Because I'm the last one.
Yeah, we can go on.
When I think about my personal change, when I set out to come out to my employer and to my employees and to my colleagues, I knew that I had a lifetime of getting ready to come to that point and to talk about this. But the people I would talk to, they were unprepared, and I needed to find a way to. I didn't want to confront them. I wanted to take them with me on the journey. And in the last 2 years, and also now, especially in the last 2 months, I thought about how much confrontation there is, and how maybe we might have missed opportunities to take each other on a journey with each other, like the European journey, like 30 years ago, and instead maintained old images of adversaries in our heads all this time. And instead of cooperating and developing a European idea together, we kept some people out and some people were in. And I sometimes wish we could go back and maybe do that a little bit better. And on the other hand, when I see now how the West or how the world is coming together, I also wish we would have done the same thing 2 years ago. Because 2 years ago, when the pandemic hit, the first reaction was each country for itself, like closing borders, and if we would have had this solidarity that we have today, and agreed on measures together and do things together and solve this together, I think we could have maybe overcome this pandemic much faster than what we did today.
Sticking with the pandemic and sort of how people work and how they work together in teams and how organizations are built. You've done 1 year, almost 1 year in still your old position, and now you're 1 year in your new position. What stands out to you as a lesson learned in this regard?
I'm really impressed by the capability of humans to adapt. Because 2 years ago, we would have had managers who would have said, my people cannot work from home. They have to be at the office, and they have now learned and accepted that it is possible, and that our infrastructure, but also the engagement of people is there, and that people can work from home. I also see now tendencies to retract a little bit. There are some CEOs that now say people have to come back to the office. Who was it? Goldman Sachs CEO who said either you're having a job at home or a career at the office. Clearly threatening, if you don't come back to the office, you will not have any career perspectives in this organization. But I do think that we will never go back to the way we worked before. There will be a hybrid kind of work where both will be possible. I also think we can take a lot of this, what we learned also for gender equality. For example, there are a lot of organizations who said a part-time manager is not possible. So having job and family is if you cannot work 80 or 100%, you cannot have a leadership role in this organization. Because you have to be present and you have to be accessible for the people. And now we realize people can actually work for themselves, and the boss doesn't have to hover over them all the time. So maybe it's also possible to be a leader only 60% or 50% of the time. So I think there are a lot of things that will come out now after we digest this pandemic, where we can take this and do positive things with it in the future. I also think that a lot of people personally have learned to use technology in different ways. When I think of my mother, she's now 78 years old, and before the pandemic, she would always have cash, and she would pay cash in the store, and if I would do something for her, she would give the money back to me in cash, and now she is paying her bills with her iPhone. She's using the card in the shop. When I do something for her, she sends me the money with Twint. So even she, as a 78 years old, has not. I won't exaggerate and say she loves it, but she uses it now, and she can use it. And I think that is something that has also happened during the pandemic. This need to be contactless and to do things in different ways has also shown individuals, people, that they can do things that they would not have thought possible 2 years ago.
The motto is the world in 2042, and you said doing positive things in the future. People can do positive things in the future. What are you seeing when you look ahead 2 decades, which is obviously also another loaded question, but what are you seeing? Are you optimistic? Are you pessimistic? Are you skeptical? How do you feel when you hear the word 2042?
I'm by nature optimistic, and I think it's a nice thought game to think about, like 20 years in the future. When you look back at the automobile industry, the first cars looked like horseless carriages, and what cars look today, and how quickly they changed also within like 10, 20 years from the inception of the automobile to what we now call a car. I think when we look at digital innovation today, the things we see, a lot of things that we now think, wow, this is so innovative and so modern, they will not even exist anymore 20 years from now. They will be replaced by completely different things, like a smartphone. Probably no one will have a smartphone in 20 years. We will have contact lenses or glasses or implants maybe, who will do the same thing. And we will not have need for an external device anymore. The discussion before was with Lea about autonomous cars. When you see concept designs of autonomous cars, they still look like cars. And I don't think that will be the case, because the function of those vehicles will be completely different. They will probably, not only on the inside but also from the outside, not look like cars anymore the way we are used to cars. And I also think we're still in a learning curve when it comes as humans. How do we relate to technology and digitization? People are sometimes overwhelmed with all the possibilities. We are also sometimes we see that now with social media and how big data companies like Google are using data in a way also to manipulate us. And I think we have to go through a learning process also. What is the relationship between humans and technology in the future? And I think we are somewhere in a teenage stadium where we are very easy to manipulate and change our behavior. There will be, and I think there will be some maturity that will come in our relationship, that we will also have a stronger voice about what we want and how we want to use technology. And I think one of the things that will enable that is also decentralization, decentralized like blockchain, something that I hope to work with for my solution also, where you can have decentralized autonomous organizations that have a stronger voice again, back with the members of these organizations and not with a central organization that then can work with all the data they collect.
But how can we, what we've seen really is, you said it's a nice thought experiment to think about the 2 decades. We've seen this with the pandemic. We're also seeing it with Russia. There's a few people that said, I've always said this, but the vast majority said, I never thought this would be possible. Never thought we would close. You know, if people couldn't travel anymore, would still work from home one day to the next. How can we deal with this uncertainty, that not knowing what the future holds? How can we better sort of work around this? Because it is still, looking in the future is not possible for no one in the end.
Yep. Yeah. I believe like uncertainty means discomfort, and I always say leave the comfort zone, because outside of the comfort zone is where learning happens. So I think what I can recommend to people who are uncertain is enter this uncertainty and try to find your way and to find solutions. I also said before, it's a nice thought experiment, because I also see that there are a lot of things that we can solve today, a lot of development problems, a lot of educational problems and challenges that need a solution today, not in 20 years from now. And I think it is important to think about the future, but it is also important to look at the world today. And there are a lot of things that young startups and even I'm not that young anymore, but I'm a young startup, can make a difference, and something that then is created in a way that it can evolve with the development of the future. Yeah.
When you look, I mean, we have people watching, hopefully of all ages, but obviously from Start Summit, they're young, they're at the beginning of their career, they're hungry, they're naive in the best sense of the word. After almost 40 years in business and now starting your own company 1 year in, what's sort of a piece of advice you would give them when they look towards their future, when they look towards the world for 2042? What's a good piece of advice you could give them?
Not to make advertisement for my company, but be curious, because I think as I said before, there are so many interesting challenges out there in the world. And when I meet with people, I also met some people from START organization in Liechtenstein, and I see those people. I've also met young people now in Kenya, how full of ideas and how full of energy they are, and I tell them, like, go into the world with open eyes, and you will, at each corner you will see something that can be done better. Better for us, for human beings, better for our state and political organizations and everything. Go out there with open eyes and be creative and do something. I think the worst thing we can do is to accept things as they are and just be passive.
To close our discussion and to close the entire event we've had today, is there this one word one word, a word, when you think of the motto World in 2042, when you think of 2042, that comes to your mind, the single word that could describe the year, the path to the year? Is there something you can think about to let our guests, let it sit with our guests?
It has to be one word.
Has to be one word.
Decentralized.
Thank you so much, Angela.
My pleasure.
Thank you, everyone, for joining in. I hope you enjoyed it. And thank you, everyone on the team. And have fun at the after party if you're going.